unclear. They build towers from tears, prophets persevere. We bulldoze the hate, make the future appear. The people, don't let them divide us. Holding hands, let the love unite us. Chains of fear, they can't confine us. We the people, they'll never rewrite us. Like tape strangling cleats, the puppeteer telling stories in our ears, but the facts unclear. They build towers from tears, prophets persevere. We bulldoze the hate, make the future appear. We the people, don't let them divide us. Holding hands, let the love unite us. Chains of fear, they can't confine us. We the people, they'll never rewrite us. Marching steps like a baseline thump. Voices rising, fists up, make them jump. Every creed, every hue, mix the palette. We the art, the movement, the ballot. We the people, don't let them divide us. Holding hands, let the love unite us. Chains of fear, they can't confine us. We the people, they'll never rewrite us. They'll never rewrite us. They'll never rewrite us. They'll never rewrite us. They'll never rewrite us.
We the people marching in the rain, chasing shadows, breaking chains. Hands up high, fists to the sky, while we run in circles, while we let it slide. We the people, we gotta do better. Torn apart, but we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people, we gotta do better. Broken glass, dreams on the floor. Voices muffled behind closed doors. We scream, we shout, but do they hear? The fire's close, but they show no fear. Stand up tall, take the fight, turn the dark into light. We the people, we gotta do better. Torn apart, but we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people, we gotta do better. Broken glass, dreams on the floor. Voices muffled behind closed doors. We scream, we shout, but do they hear? The fire's close, but they show no fear. Stand up tall, take the fight, turn the dark into light. We the people, we gotta do better. Torn apart, but we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people, we gotta do better. Heavy bass thump like a heartbeat pounding. Drums like thunder, voices resounding. Rise up, the time is now. We'll rewrite the story, we'll show them how. We the people, we gotta do better. Torn apart, but we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people, we gotta do better. We the people, we gotta do better. We gotta do better.
Stone hearts cracking under pressure, truth be the sledge. Paws moving on the board, king still heads. There won't fall between us, bricks of dread. But we the people, stand tall and say, we the people, don't let them divide us. Holding hands, let the love unite us. Chains of fear, they can't confine us. We the people, they'll never rewrite us. Red tape strangling creeds, the puppeteer telling stories in our ears, but the facts unclear. They build towers from tears, prophets persevere. We bulldoze the hate, make the future appear. We the people, don't let them divide us. Holding hands, let the love unite us. Chains of fear, they can't confine us. fists up, make 'em jump. Every creed, every hue makes the palette. We the art, the movement, the ballad. We the people, don't let 'em divide us. Holding hands, let the love unite us. Chains of fear, they can't confine us. We the people, they'll never rewrite us. Stone hearts cracking under pressure, truth be the sledge. Paws moving on the board, king still lives. There won't walls between us, bricks of dread, but we the people stand tall and said, we the people, don't let them divide us. Holding hands, let the love unite us. Chains of fear, they can't confine us. We the people, they'll never rewrite us. Red tape strangling creeds, the puppeteer telling stories in our ears, but the facts unclear. They build towers from tears, prophets persevere. We bulldoze the hate, make the future appear. We the people, don't let them divide us. Holding hands, let the love unite us. Chains of fear, they can't confine us. We the people, they'll never rewrite us. Marching steps like a baseline thought. Voices rising, fists up, make 'em jump. Every creed, every hue makes the palette. We the art, the movement, the ballad. We the people, don't let 'em divide us. Holding hands, let the love unite us. Chains of fear, they can't confine us. We the people, they'll never rewrite us.
We the people marching in the rain, chasing shadows, breaking chains. Hands up high, fists to the sky, while we run in circles, while we let it slide. We the people, we gotta do better. Torn apart, but we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the leather. We the people, we gotta do better. Broken glass, dreams on the floor. Voices muffled behind closed doors. We scream, we shout, but do they hear? The fire's close, but they show no fear. Stand up tall, take the fight, turn the dark into light. We the people, we gotta do better. Torn apart, but we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people, we gotta do better. Broken glass, dreams on the floor. Voices muffled behind closed doors. We scream, we shout, but do they hear? The fire's close, but they show no fear. Stand up tall, take the fight, turn the dark into light. We the people, we gotta do better. Torn apart, but we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people, we gotta do better. Heavy bass thump like a heartbeat pounding. Drums like thunder, voices resounding. Rise up, the time is now. We'll rewrite the story, we'll show them how. We the people, we gotta do better. Torn apart, but we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people, we gotta do better. We the people, we gotta do better. We the people got fire in our veins. Chained to the system, but we breaking the chains. Echoes of the streets, yeah, they calling our name. No more shadows, no more shame. We hustle hard, yeah, the grind don't stop. Built from the rubble, rising to the top. Hands in the dirt, hearts in the sky. If we don't stand up, who's asking why? We the people, we gotta do better. Tough as a storm, we fight the weather. We the people, rise together. Stand as one now and forever. We the people, we gotta do better. Tough as a storm, we fight the weather. We the people, rise together. Stand as one now and forever. Broken glass, but the vision's still clear. Dreams in the distance, but they're almost here. We the bricks, we the mortar, we the frame. Holding up the world while they play the same game. They count the dollars, we count the scars. Reaching for the truth, yeah, we shoot for the stars. Every voice matters, every heart beat loud. We're the revolution, the unbroken crowd. Listen close, the streets don't lie. Hear the rhythm, the battle cry. We the people, we the people. We the people, we gotta do better. Tough as a storm, we fight the weather. We the people, we the people, we gotta do better. We the people.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe. Another late night with Mr. Dago. It's great to see you all back here tonight. I hope you're all having a great evening. Thank you for joining us. It's great to see you again. Tonight, guys, we're jumping into something from Idaho. It looks like Mr. Bill Thompson and Smashley Jennings decided they were going to give a interview to Law and Crime and speak out. Boy, oh boy. So we're going to react to this together. Of course, it's an open discussion. My people are always invited up here with us to speak and voice their opinions, thoughts, theories, and feelings on these situations. So please make sure you do. Once I post that link, jump on up here. Let's hear that voice, folks, because that's what it's all about. Somebody's got to be the voice for the voiceless, and this is fact, folks. So thank you guys for joining us. Please share this out and hit that like button when you come through that door. And you know what comes next. So at that point, guess what, folks? Welcome back, everybody. Great to see y'all tonight here at the late night version of the True Crime Cafe. I appreciate you guys so very much for joining me tonight. Like I said, back to the University of Idaho murder situation. We have an interview with Bill Thompson. This is new. And Smashley Jennings talking more doo-doo, of course, because that's what they do. Do. And we're going to react, break it down, discuss it, and whatever else we get into. So thank you guys for joining me. Appreciate you so very much. Past few days I've been putting together, when I got extra time, some songs per se that I've been inspired by things that have been going on lately in our country. And I just threw like 3 or 4 of them in here. basically I write down words. You guys know how this AI crap works. I write down words. I used to write songs a long time ago, but I'm old now and I don't have that enthusiasm anymore. So I write down some lyrics and I throw them into that machine with the AI thing and let it pick out some music and different types of things I want and let it mix it all up. And that's what I come up with. So when I throw these songs in here, all these different songs you guys hear, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to see what you guys like or dislike. So hence the reason I throw them in there for, since you got to wait a little bit because I open this up about 15 minutes early usually. So people have a chance to jump in here and nobody misses it. And it'll give you something to keep you not bored, I guess we'll say. So if you guys, and please don't feel bad. If it sucks, it sucks. The last one I played coming in here, it was, I don't like that one very much, but I threw it in there anyway. But the other ones I enjoyed, so on and so forth. And of course, all the other ones that I've been doing that have the True Crime Cafe name in them and so on and so forth. What's up, Hemisphere? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining me tonight. Great to see you again.
Well, thank you for having me back. It's been a fun few hours away.
Yes, I was going to say, long time no see.
So, no, just to catch up on some Idaho 4. I mean, there's a lot of things going on with some content creators that's calling out other content creators. And
we're going to discuss that too. Yeah, we're going to discuss that too because I might get a little nasty tonight, folks. I'm going to tell you. I might get a little nasty. So you might hear some bad words come out of my mouth.
And Nancy Grace had a nice little video on Brian Koberger's essays.
Oh, did she now? See, yeah. I avoid
that there might be an appeal coming.
Really? We might have to look at that. We'll see. Yeah, you might hear some choice words coming out of my mouth about a specific other content creator out there tonight. I'm a
take it from me, you know how Nancy is. She's mainstream, so she's going to stick with the narrative. So.
Oh, absolutely. So I hope you guys are. It is Friday night, like Lana said earlier today. It's Friday. Let's get wild.
My ears did perk up when she was talking about his essays.
It's definitely interesting.
Yeah. And I think we covered that, didn't we, Dago? These essays?
We did go over a little bit of it. We didn't get too in-depth into it. It was hard to read, and it was a lot of reading, and then the show ended, and I never got to go back to it. So we may be able to pick that up and check that out tonight as well. So we'll see.
Pavarotti, I will say this, in his video, he said that Nancy, Nancy. So not Nancy. Brian Koberger's, I'm blanking. Dang it.
Ann Taylor?
Yes. I'm getting her confused with Nancy.
There's too much to remember, bro.
It's still Brian Koberger's counsel.
Yes.
She has not stepped down. She's still his counsel.
That's something. Like I told you guys, there's something going on, in my opinion, because it's over. If you look at it the way it looks legally, it's over. So why have they not withdrawn? You know what I mean?
Well, I would say this much all along. Okay, if you're gonna have a plea deal, then have a confession to go with it. Full confession.
Thank you.
And we didn't get that. And everybody is taking this plea deal and running with it like it's admission of guilt. He did not admit anything.
No, sir. He agreed to the charges and signed the papers is what the man did. And I will argue with the man that I'm going to go off on here till I'm blue in the face. If he wants to jump on my panel, let's go at it, bro, because I'm sick of hearing your mouth. Sorry.
And I'll say another thing about the Nancy video. I hate to give it all away, but a judge was called out.
Oh, hey. Is she finally starting to pick up on a little bit of the bullshit? Maybe. I don't know. Or I doubt it because it doesn't read on her script. So she's got to read that to make sure she gets the paycheck. So we'll see.
Well, she went into that. There's no way they can do that. There's no way that he can appeal this. This is a concrete deal. This, not the other. But we
What?
all know that Hitler was part of the narrative.
Mm.
Hitler was biased from the word go.
Oh yeah, we know that. Like I said, I think Eddie. By the way, welcome back, brother. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I always appreciate you both being here. Um, Eddie had said before, and well, I said it, and Eddie had to say he agreed with me last time we said it. But I feel that Stephen Hitler was working for the prosecution. Period. So, welcome, Truth and Justice,
So, no
True
doubt.
Crime with Anna D. Great to
No
join you.
doubt.
I don't blame you on that. The Bomb Toys in the house. Moonlit Bay. Hold on one second, Hemisphere. Let me get through the rest of these real quick. Bomb Toy. Molly. Good golly almighty. Good to see you, Molly. I love when Molly's here. SRBBBB. Jody Walters. There's one of our awesome teachers in the house tonight. Miss Tandy, the other one of our awesome teachers in the house tonight. Welcome back to you. Miss Jenna, another amazing teacher in the house. Great to see you tonight, Miss Jenna. Kit Kat, I love that. Cat K, good to see you, Cat. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. Let me see. Of course, Eddie and Hemisphere joining me up here tonight on the panel. Appreciate you both so very much. Truth and Justice, True Crime with Anna D. Great to see you, Miss Anna. Busy's fizzing around as always. I appreciate you so very much for being here. Musical Contessa jumping in the house tonight. Good to see you. SR BBBBB. Welcome back to you. And of course, the Cat Lady from way up north. We appreciate you so very much, Canadian Cat Lady, for being here. As well as I think I got everybody so far. Hold on a minute. Oh, we got a new member in the house. A new meatball jumped in the sauce with us. Congrats. Welcome to the family, Babs. We appreciate you so much. The positive one, Miss Paula. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Miss Paula, as always. The megastar Meg P. Welcome back, Meg. We love you and appreciate you. C-Jag, what's going on? Great to see you tonight as well. Aquarian, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Kent Corbett, thank you so much for that, my friend, and welcome back. Miss Pamela Smith, same to you. Great to see you tonight. And Phil, always happy to see Phil in the house. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope Norris, welcome back to you. Again, guys, we got to check it out. If you have not yet, Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. You want to talk about injustice and corruption? Go check out Miss Janice's channel, Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. Please and thank you, mods. Drop that link. Lisa Wilson, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to see you. Great to see you. Good golly, Miss Somali. I'm glad you are, hon. I appreciate you so very much. Wonderful to see you, C-Jag. Again, great to see you. Let's see. Let me see. Moonlit Baby. Hiromi, no. Hiromi, yes. Hiromi, no. Welcome back. Good to see you. Come on in, guys. Share this out. Hit that like button if you will. Please and thank you. We got 45 beautiful people in here tonight. 28 likes. What's going on with that? Come on now. Let's make it work. Please and thank you. Thank you, Tandy, for dropping Jana's link, guys. Please, if you will, and I'm begging you on this one, please jump over and support Miss Jana's channel. It needs every bit of support that it can get. I'm telling you, injustice is not the word for what this poor family is going through with Miss Crystal, and deserves all the support she can get. So please jump over, hit the like button, subscribe if you have not yet, hit the notification bell. Don't miss nothing, and of course, show that support and love for Miss Jana, please. Yeah, Crystal's case will make you want to throw rocks at a lot of bad things and spit on yourself. I'm telling you. She said spit nails. I'm saying you spit on. Yeah, it's bad. It's very bad. Negative stuff, folks. Very bad. Phenomena Mom, welcome back. Makes me want to sing. Do 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 do. Phenomena Mom, welcome back. Typically Unique. Great to see you tonight. Let's see. Take your time, Meg. We'll be here. I think I got everybody so far. Friday night, guys. I might get a little wild in here. I'm gonna Stiggy and Mike. Good to see you tonight, Michelle Weddle. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm probably gonna say some bad things, and I don't ever talk bad or drag other creators, but oh, bloody. I'm a little hot. Mama Bear sent me something yesterday, and I was real busy, folks, and I didn't get a chance to like really go through Pop had put a video out and it mentioned some things. So I watched that. And what he mentioned brought up the other creator. So I went and watched that. And I don't watch that person. I don't support that person. There's reasons why, and I realized it then because I wanted to break my computer in half. It took everything in me not to punch a hole through my monitor. This is not what we do out here, okay? That's not what this is about. It's not supposed to be about that, and it needs to stop. We are allowed to have different opinions. We are allowed to feel different ways. And just because we do does not give anybody the right to judge you, okay? I am sick of it. Beyond sick of it. Yes, thank you, SRB. Good to see you tonight. She's a devil woman. Not really. She's awesome. But thank you for joining us, devil woman. Good to see you. Yes, twice in one day. Well, I missed all day yesterday, so I got to make up for it for you guys somehow. Yes, please do what SRB says. Please, please. Please follow Miss Janice so you can follow Crystal's case. I may have to do an update on that, guys, and show it again. Maybe I can even get Miss Janet to join me again. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. And you want to talk about police corruption? Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, it ain't y'all. It ain't y'all. Not y'all at all, Miss Devil Woman. I am tired of seeing people attacked because of opinions that they have. Everything we talk about. By the way, Eddie, welcome. Sorry, bud. I didn't give you a chance to even speak yet.
Good to see you. Thank you for having me.
Great to have you, sir.
Yeah, I've been noticing that too. Chat's been getting a little brutal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I will definitely check it out, Siggy. Thank you. Excuse me. Tonight, guys, what we're looking into is Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings. I'm sorry. Did an interview with Long Crime, and we're gonna react to that tonight. Call out the bullshit where the bullshit calls, and so on and so forth, and discuss some other things. But before I get into that, okay, and please excuse me, there's many creators out here that cover true crime, many, and you guys know there's so many of them. I stick to my one little corner of the people that I support, and they support me. I do watch others from time to time when people ask me to, and I go see what they're talking about or what they're saying. I've been doing this for 4 years. I'm not perfect. I'm not a lawyer, an attorney, a law enforcement officer, a judge, none of it. But I have common sense. I see things for what they are. And so do almost all of you, okay? We're adults, okay? And you don't have to have a rocket science degree to understand that some of this shit has just been garbage bullshit, okay? And what corruption is corruption, period, okay? And the people that make these excuses for this stuff and just continuously put out lies upon lies and keep running with these stupid narratives that make zero sense when you look at the facts, and then turn around and call us all idiots, stupid, dumb, and disgusting. Now, there are some people that have gone too far. I'll give that. And they make some ridiculous, I guess you could say, accusations and certain statements. I don't support that here. We don't. I base things off of fact and document, and there's been speculation, but speculation is a different situation, okay? Typically, the speculation is based off of the facts that we have. That's all we can do. I'm just saying. So at some point, to be accused, and my name wasn't mentioned per se, okay? But I know what bracket I fit into. That's all there is to it. Welcome, Midnight. Good to see you. To be accused of being gross and disgusting and putting out making things up for income makes me sick, especially on this case or any other case that I've looked at. And the people that were called out, nope, they probably won't say a word. And I normally wouldn't. And I'm not going to go too far into this, but I have a lot of respect for at least 2 of the 3 that I heard called out. Actually, all 3 of them. I respect any creator that takes the time and effort to put into what they do out here, period. Okay, because this is not that easy. You can't just jump in here like this idiot said and spit shit out and walk away. It just don't work that way. And I'm just tired of seeing and hearing it. I have people sending this shit to me all the time because I won't watch him. I just don't. And that's my choice, just as it is anybody's choice to watch me or not. Whatever. You know how it works out here. It's wrong. I'm just going to say it's wrong. And what I'm doing right now is probably wrong too in an aspect, but I'm sick of hearing it. I support and watch Jules of all trades. I always have. I think she's a wonderful person. And people that don't know her, like, you know, I've had conversations with her. She's been through a lot of shit. She's very intelligent. She's got 2 degrees. She knows she's not stupid as compared to the person that tried to call her out. Harsh reality. I think he's an intelligent human being, and I think he's creative, and he's a great creator, and I like listening to him as well. And Pavarotti is Pavarotti, folks. Okay, Pavarotti's come up with some really interesting stuff. He puts in a lot of hard work in what he does. He puts a lot of time into what he does and a lot of research. He just doesn't grab shit out of his pocket and throw it there and go, guys, what do you think? Does it stick? No? Okay, we'll try again. That's not how it works, okay? Anybody else that does this, even the people that are on the guilt side of this, they deserve a thumbs up for the work they put in, okay? I don't sit here and talk shit about creators that are guilters, because why? I have about reporters because it's ignorant. They know better. But creators, I won't do it because that's what they're doing. Okay, that's their thing. That's their thought, their feeling, their opinion. I respect that. So if I don't do that, I don't expect you to do that to me. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I'm sick of hearing it. Okay, I'm sick of hearing it. And I'm sure at this point you guys have come to the conclusion of who I'm talking about, okay? And I don't give a fuck if he hears me or hears about this or somebody runs to him and says, Diggy, we're talking about you. And come up. I always open my panel up. If you want to talk, get up here. Come on up here. Come up here and say these things to our faces that you think. It's always open to you. I'll make sure there's nobody else here. You and I. Let's discuss it. Let's go. Don't call people stupid, dumb, a stupid person, an idiot. Especially not Jules. Dude, you probably couldn't even. I can't even think of what I'm going to say. Like I said, she has 2 degrees. She knows what she's talking about when she breaks things down. She always has. Okay. So sit down and shut the fuck up. That's all I'm saying. You don't know. You know what you know, so be it. It doesn't mean it's right. You want to ignore red flags? You want to ignore facts that are in your face? Then do it. Don't call other people out because they have different opinions than you. Grow the fuck up. All right, Gramps? Please, grow up. It's just, I'm sick of it. It's disrespectful. A creator that's got more intelligence in her pinky than you have in your whole fucking body, you're going to call her a dipshit? How old are you? Grow up, bro. Seriously. Seriously, grow up. I'm sick of seeing this. She don't say shit about nobody. She don't bother nobody. She does her show. She does her thing. She has plenty of people that like to watch her, me included, and quite a bit of this community as well. Okay? Not your right. Just saying. I'm sick of seeing it. Sick of hearing it. You people that do follow this person and want to watch them, and you want to sit and go that way, and it's okay. Here, maybe I should start yelling at everybody too. And God damn it, folks, you guys suck. We're not hitting our goals tonight. Come on now. It's a shitty night. Who the fuck does that? These people come here to watch us. Okay? They don't have to. They don't have to at all. There's plenty other things that these people could be doing. All of you amazing people that come in here and support us and keep our channels moving and you know, appreciate the things that we do. We appreciate you. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys, period. And for somebody to sit here and act like they own YouTube and that I'm here because it's what is that word I'm trying to think? I'm so irritated right now. You're lucky I'm here with you. That kind of thing is the way he acts. Nope. Like I said, my panel is always open. Come up here and say some of this shit to my face. Truly. I don't ever disrespect anybody, no matter whether I agree with them or not, until I have to, I feel like. And I have had it. I've been respectful of people that I can't stand, you guys. I'm not, like I said, I know my opinion isn't God's word. I know my feelings about this aren't God's word. And I'm okay with that. I could be absolutely 500% wrong about what I think. Guess what else? I'm okay with that too. It's not gonna end me because I was wrong about something. And yeah, I'm talking about Gray, folks. Gray. For those of you that didn't catch it, I am. I'm sorry about that, but I'm not. I'm sick and tired of seeing and hearing these things. It's rude, ignorant, disgusting. And for a 60-year-old, whatever the fuck he is, man, it's funny because it looks like he needs his diaper changed and a bottle shoved in his fucking mouth. He acts like a baby. I'm sick of it. Anyway. Just sick of it. So anyhow, welcome everybody else. Miss Joanne, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Lisa Wilson, I may have said it already. I'm trying to catch everybody up real quick. Stiggy and Mike. And I will stand up for the people that come out here to do the right thing every day, twice a day, because I know that they're good people. Yeah, entitled is not the word. It's a joke to me. What's up, Lucci girl? I was worried about you. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Peaky, welcome back. True Crime crashing out. Good to see you. Bobby X, great to see you tonight. True Crime X, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Joanne, always happy to see you. David Bird, welcome back, my friend. Dylan's in the house. Good to see you tonight, Dylan. Hildreth Media, guys. If we could drop his link real quick. Yeah, that is not okay with me. That is not okay with me. She don't need nobody to stick up for her, by the way, folks. Nobody whatsoever. She don't play into the dumb shit. She just ignores it, which is something that I normally would do. I can't handle it. It's wrong. And Harsh, he don't bother nobody either. Like I said, if you don't like these people, why do you watch them to say these things? Just don't watch them. And if that's then you solved your problem, idiot. Blows my mind. And again, if I offend anybody with my language, I apologize, but I'm not sorry I'm saying it. Okay.
Dago, you know what they say about receiving flack, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know you're close to the target when you're receiving the most flack.
Well, you want to know a little something, Eddie? You know what started or promoted that whole blowout that he gave was because somebody contacted him, he said, a family member. Gee, I wonder who it is, and said that to try to do something about these pro burgers and the things they're saying. Are you kidding me? Wow. That's kind of sad, folks. That is kind of sad. Just saying. So now we know.
Another famous quote: the further society drifts from the truth, the more they will hate those who speak it.
Yep. Well, now we know somebody else that's on the payroll. I'll just put it that way. For lack of better terms. I don't know how else to put it, but they never mentioned a name, but yeah, let's guess who. SRBB. What do we got there? Chili peppers, I think. Or stockings. I think they're chili peppers.
Yeah, you have to discredit those who are speaking the truth.
That's what it feels like to me, bud. Thank you, Michelle, for the super chat. God bless, and I appreciate you being here, dear.
Or at least trying to ask the right questions. Anyway.
Absolutely. Yes. It seems like anytime we do ask, oh, spicy. Gotcha. I love it, SRB. It seems like anytime we do ask what seems to be the right questions, or I guess the wrong questions, this kind of shit starts happening. Yeah, I mean, he even made a complaint because she said, I wonder, Jules, I guess, said something about, I wonder why he said that way. It was a statement that somebody made in one of the reports she was reading. Well, that's weird that he said it like that. He made a big old fucking deal about that. Are you serious? Because of her wording? Surprised you understood what she was saying to begin with. Don't have much up there. Knight Rider, welcome. Dun it, dun it, dun it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that so very much. And you're not missing nothing over there, I promise you. I guess once you get to a certain height, you know, on the YouTube status, you got 170 some odd thousand subscribers. I guess you think you're untouchable and you're entitled. So that's something I can promise you is never, if I ever get to that point, which I don't expect to. But if I do, I promise you, you won't see that person change in me. This is who I am. Always will be. Always have been. It's called being real, folks. I don't put on a show. I don't put on an act. And I won't. It's not going to change me. And I never, ever, ever, I can't imagine. I went off on this before. I cannot imagine seeing somebody basically force people to super chat them. What is going on? This is this is a joke to me. I don't understand it. Throwing a temper tantrum because you didn't get enough super chats. Really? Grow up. Grow up. I don't know, SRB. I can't figure that out. He's rude, obnoxious, ignorant, goofy looking. I mean, all of it. It's all there. Need some Z's. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll check it out a little bit later. Good trouble. Welcome. Good to see you.
Dago.
Yes, sir.
I have to say, right after your live stream today, I went on Jules' channel and I watched what I think was her most recent video.
Mm-hmm.
And she's bringing up a question that I had never even considered before. Has anyone here that's here right now watched that video? The one where I think it's to give it like an overview or a summary. Payne interviewed the DoorDash driver, Molly. And Molly's saying specific things about what she's seeing on that night. And the only way that can be is if there is a different security camera around that neighborhood.
Is it called?
Then the 1112 rather camera that we're all familiar with.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was interesting, wasn't it?
And it brings up a question that I had never considered before, and that is, was there another security camera in that neighborhood that has been disposed of, that they collected and threw into the bin?
I think there's more than one, Eddie. I can truly say I believe there's at least. I know how many cameras are in that area. What's up, King? Good to see you, brother. Buddy Bear. What he's talking about, you guys, is Jules put out a video yesterday. She FOIA'd video cameras, like look in the area.
Yeah.
She wanted to see, certain statements that were made, these different video cameras. So she put in a request. She knows how to type and write it all out. She wrote it out the right way. Perfectly understandable. Sent it in. They sent back basically that this doesn't exist. And she said, what? So she sent something back to them. And it's been back and forth.
Could we do a quick review on, do we have time tonight to do a quick
time, whatever you want to do, brother.
Review to her video? Because she explains it so well.
Yeah, we can absolutely review that 100%. She does a great job. It's MPD FOIA response. Brett Payne stated a camera saw Molly in the front parking area of 1122 King Road. Now, we were told that's not how that worked. Okay? That's exactly what we were told. Then there was a statement in a report that was written that Molly pulled up in front of the house, the 1122, and Brian pulled up right behind her. Now, Molly's already stated that she never saw Brian. Okay, she came forth and said she never saw Brian. So there's that. So yeah, we'll review that and break that down, you guys, as well. Phil says that there was a camera directly. Yes, there was a camera, because when Rory went to Moscow, I was live streaming his video while he was live there on the ground, walking that whole area. We found probably 6 cameras, I think, total. Right directly from, if you're standing in front of the 1122 house facing the road, okay, there's a house right here, and over here. There was a camera on this one and this one, both 2 of them. Now, were they active or not? I don't know, but they were there, okay? And there was cameras. There's cameras all over that place, you guys. Linda Lane is full of them. All around that area, there's cameras behind the 1122 house, to the left, to the right, to the left, okay? SRB says 4 Linda Lane cams. We know of 2, thank you. And the 1112 cam. Well, we've never gotten everything off the 1112 cam, which is the one I want. I want everything from, 9 o'clock the night before, the 12th, till noon the next day, the 13th. I want it all. I want to see the whole thing, non-cut, raw, 100%, all of it. And I'll sit and watch the whole thing nonstop, okay? Because I'm telling you, there's way more on that. And I want the camera directly across the street. I can't remember the address 100%. I think she goes over that too. But yeah, we'll definitely review her video on this and show you guys what's going on. It's
like CJ said, it's a really quick one. You know, it wouldn't take us long.
Uh-huh.
And also David Bird, yeah. I mean, how great way to express that to a counter narrative. Cameras are all deleted.
100%. And that's what you guys need to be seeing, is this shit that she's finding out and throwing out to the world to see what they're doing. You're the key master. I guess I'm the gatekeeper there, buddy bear. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. 77 peeps in the house. Hit the like button. Please share it out. I appreciate you so very much. Counter narrative cameras buried. Amen to that one. I'm telling you, the 1112 camera probably has the entire crime on it, start to finish.
Yeah.
And probably the suspects that actually committed the crime. We'll never see it, ever. It probably doesn't exist anymore, okay? That was probably erased and destroyed the moment it was found. Period. That's my thoughts on it. That's why we got that little itsy-bitsy bullshit piece that we got, and that's all they were going to give us. End of story. Good to see you tonight, Rach. We missed you. Thank you for coming back in tonight. Hope everything's good. I hope you're not working too hard. It's the camera across from 1112. Yeah, there's another one there too. There's a couple over there too on King or Queen. Sorry. Who's Gramps? Oh, that's what I call him. Anything I can do to say something insulting, since he does it to everybody else. The camera that Olivia saw, Maddie and Kaylee. See, that's what I was saying. I got into this discussion before. I think you were here for this, Eddie. I have trouble understanding how Olivia saw them get out of the car and get dropped off in front of their house by Gower on the 1112 camera, because that camera faces a completely opposite direction than the front of that house. So I thought maybe she made a mistake with the address and it was one of the ones across the street. It makes more sense to me. Just saying. Just saying. Guys, hey, guys, drop one of you mods. Please drop Kane's link in here for those of you that have not subscribed to Kane B's The Purge. Please do support. It's definitely entertaining when you go over there. Kane puts on a hell of a show. Keeps me laughing all the time, just saying. But yeah, we're going to hit that first, guys. I guess we'll review. It's a really short video. We're going to review Jules' video, discuss that, and then we're going to get into these interviews with Santa and his elf. Yeah, that's another thing. Or Fizzy's right. She said she saw them come out and walk Murphy after they got home. But we know them wasn't the ones that did it. Maybe one of them was. It was Maddie and Bethany. It wasn't Kaylee. Thanks, Lucy. Appreciate you, hon. And SRB. Guys, go check out Kane's channel, please and thank you. I appreciate it very much. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit the notification bell. Like I said, it's entertaining as hell, folks. He puts on a hell of a show, and he does all sorts of interesting things. So please go check him out and subscribe. You're without AC in Florida tonight. Good God, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. I got the AC going right now, and it's like fall here. It's cooled off. It's still hot in here, though. Especially when I'm pissed off. That's why my face is all red. Sir Pubes likes to watch other channels because he's looking for where all of his old subs go. Probably. He doesn't even care. He tells his people off all the time and doesn't even care. You're an idiot, bro. Truly. Yeah, that's too much, Kane. I hope you get it dealt with, bro. Did we see the girl's car driven by Egan? We never have, Annie. Why wouldn't? Here's another thing, Eddie, Hemisphere, everybody in the chat, answer this question to me. Everybody has doubted for timeline reasons and questioned for timeline reasons when the girls got home from the grub truck, when Gower supposedly dropped them off, right or wrong. So if you have this on a video that Olivia found herself, she said, would you or would you not put that video out for the public to see so that they would shut up and sit down? And it would kind of align the timeline and set that up. But they haven't done it. Is why? What is in that video that you can't show to the public? Anybody? I mean, if it's two girls getting out of a car, walking in a house, and then walking back outside, why can't you show that? Makes no sense to me. Yeah, guys, once we do this, go check out Jules's merch shop. She's got some pretty cool shit in there. She's really artistic, too. Good point there, Knight Rider. We don't have that, but we have an identical white lifted four-door truck in front of the house by the dumpster all morning. Yes, we do. That's true. That truck sits there for real. All right, so we got 90 peeps in the house. Please make sure to hit the like button. Share this out. Excuse me. And let me do this too real quick here. 1 second, everybody. Let me set this up, please, and thank you.
Dago, there is an interview that Kaylee's sister had that said that they came home at 1:56. That's the only timeline that was put out where everybody can see it.
Say that again.
Kaylee's sister they interviewed her with mom and dad, said that Kaylee and Maddie came home at 1:56.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the video I'm talking about. That Olivia stated that she saw them get out of the car at 1:56, go inside the house, come back out, walk the dog. And if I'm correct, somebody correct me if I might be wrong. When she brought that up, I believe that they stated that they got it on the camera, the 11-12 cameras, where I thought that she said she got that from. And if that's the case, I don't understand how they saw a clear shot of that at all. It makes no sense to me.
You know what does make sense? So something just hit me.
Yes, sir.
I just realized this. Remember how there was that discrepancy? Law enforcement maintained it was 1:45, and then the G family knew it was 1:56. And if now you use your today's knowledge, and that is that there is a missing security camera footage because it's purposely thrown away because it shows the truth of what happened.
Right.
And it's that security footage that contains the 1:56 timestamp, so to speak, of when they arrived. But law enforcement knew that they weren't going to be using that. They were going to bin that security footage, make it disappear. But the family didn't know that they were going to do that. So there was that conflict. Family knew it was 156. Law enforcement also knew, but they also knew something that the family didn't, and that video is never going to see the light of day.
Of course, no. Like I said, whatever you believe in this case, folks, there's certain things that we're never going to know. We just can't, unless somebody slips or somebody cracks and they give it to us. You know what I'm saying? But there's things we're never going to see. There's things we're never going to know because we can't. Because it will completely destroy what they have built, in my opinion. In my opinion, they saw the 1112 footage and thought that house was the 1122. They have no proof of when they got right. Good point, Rach. Good point. By the way, thank you, Stevie. I appreciate that. I don't know. All right, so looks like we got 81 peeps in the house, guys. Make sure to hit that like button on your way and share this out if you will, please and thank you. Let's see what Jules is talking about here, guys. More lies, more bullshit, in my opinion. And welcome, Miss Diane Dagburn, Johnny Gobble. Appreciate you very much. Typically unique. Great to see you. Says, does the unknown male's DNA sample still exist? That's a good question, does it? It should. You don't throw things like that out. Do you usually know? Does it, though? I have doubts. Let me put it that way.
There would be no way.
They found blood in that one apartment that Pavarotti was pointing the finger to. It was
JS.
They said that the maintenance guy found it.
Yeah.
And that was like a couple days later after walked it.
It was found to be Jack Showalter's apartment, from my belief, but he's saying it might be another JS. I don't know. Like I said, I follow him and I follow a lot of what he says in some senses. He makes sense, some really good stuff in some ways. That one, I don't know if I agree with him on that, because that is where Showalter lives. So that, unless this guy lives in the same building, maybe, I don't know, but I always...
I think it was a JS that was a son to the
Malwich. Yes.
It was a show off.
Well, and that's what we don't know. I don't know. I'm just, whatever he said, right. I don't. Showalter was in 32. The blood was in 43. So then it's a different apartment. Okay. There it is. There's the proof and the answer. I wasn't sure on the addresses. I didn't catch that part of it. So I guess that's the answer. End of story. You learn something new every day. It's Schneider. I think the guy's last name is Schneider. He is Nick Malich's son. All right. So let's see what Miss Jules, and we'll get back into that here. I just want to get through this first, and then we can discuss this and that and whatever else we got. So, and again, guys, please make sure to jump over, hit the like button, and please, if you have not yet, subscribe to Jules True Crime Reactions. There's the link in chat right there. Hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss what she puts out. And please like up what it is. And I know she's not for everybody, but I've always supported and watched her. So
yeah, I watched this video earlier. It was good.
Very interesting.
Disclaimer, everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Okay, you guys have been following along with these documents for a while now. So you guys know that whenever we came across Supplement 104 in the Moscow police documents, we were really shocked by the way that it made one believe that there was additional camera footage that they had as evidence somewhere that for some reason they hadn't told us about, even though it seemed like it would have been closer to the house. It would have seen more of what was going on directly at the house. It would have had a closer, clearer view of what they have been telling us is suspect vehicle number one. I also told you guys that I had a viewer named Mikey send me some information about the address in which this camera might be
Damn,
at.
will you
So, of
stop?
course, I did what I try to do every time I have questions like this, and I filed a FOIA. Now, that FOIA has been responded to. Some of you might have seen my community tab post, but this is the full-on
Sorry, Mr.
information.
Dago, I'm sorry.
Now, this first sentence is a little wonky. I guess I should have double checked it before I sent it off, but I'm going to read this whole thing to you, and I'm going to tell you now, there's no way that they don't know exactly what the hell it is I'm asking for, okay? It says, I would like the security camera surveillance footage that the camera mentioned in MPD Supplemental 104 regarding the DoorDash delivery driver being seen on camera entering into the parking lot of 1122 King Road. It states, and I quote directly from the report, at the point M, which is Molly the driver, also seen on the 1112 camera walking down the road. That's not a quote from the report. That's my input into this, because in the report it has Molly's name redacted and it just shows an M before the box. So, of course, I'm going to give some additional information, but the rest of this stuff is quoted. Pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off. The white Elantra pulled in behind M's vehicle, a gray Subaru Forester. I would like this footage. This footage would have been taken from either of these four addresses: 712 Queen, 714 Queen, 716 Queen, 718 Queen, or 720 Queen. This was written by Brett Payne and reviewed by Dustin Blaker, written on January 10th, 2023 for an interview that took place on 11/23/2022. Now, again, I didn't put Molly's full name in this, and obviously I'm trying to just guesstimate the address based off of what they're claiming this camera actually picked up. So regardless of the fact that I don't have her full name in here, I'm giving them the supplemental number. They know damn well that they just released 315 actually, if you include the OG narrative of these bad boys to the public. They know damn well what I'm asking for, okay? So this was their response. The City of Moscow received your public records request on August 14th, 2025. The request asked for surveillance footage from either 712, 714, 716, 718, or 712 showing the white Elantra pulling in behind M's vehicle in regard to the Brian Kohberger investigation. Well, actually, it says Brian Kohberger investigation, but whatever. Pursuant to Idaho Code 741032, the city shall either grant or deny a person's request to examine or copy public records, Please be advised that a search of the requested record was conducted and no such records were identified to exist. Therefore, your request is being denied. What do you mean it doesn't exist? This isn't an official report. Even if it's not at one of these addresses, they know from the context what the hell I am asking them to look for. They cannot sit here and keep playing dumb. So this was my response. Pretty much as soon as I got this yesterday, I sent this back. I said, so are you saying what's written in the report is false? Now, I wasn't at the computer at the time I responded back to this. So whenever I got to the computer this morning, this is what I sent to them. I want to be sure that what is being looked for is clear before I go any further. I have attached the supplemental itself directly from the MPD website dedicated to the case. Please see the highlighted portion. And this is the highlighted portion. At the point M, which is Molly, pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off, the white Elantra pulled in behind M's vehicle and talks about it being a gray Subaru Forester, then exited the King Road at approximately 3:58 hours. Molly did not mention seeing the white Elantra behind her at any time. At any time. This is very specific. This is not claiming pulled onto King Road, was going in and out of King and Queen Road. This specifically states pulling into the front parking lot before dropping off the DoorDash. My email goes on to say, your response is telling me that this is a false statement in a document that was written by the officer who was the lead on the case for MPD at the time. If this video is in the possession of another agency, please relay that information. If it was mentioned by your lead investigator in a documented report, there should be a paper trail for it. Brett Payne placing it in this document with such detail would make one believe he saw this footage with his own eyes. If not, that is a bit of an issue, I'd say. Clarification on this would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time. So we're going to see what they do. This is a big deal to me, and it should be a big deal to a lot of people. This portion made one believe that this was where we were finally going to maybe be able to get clarification on what was going on with Xana. In this portion, my brain went to, holy hell, maybe this is the proof of life. Maybe this is where they actually have Xana, and you can tell that it's her, opening the door, bending down and grabbing the DoorDash order that was dropped off, and then closing it. Maybe this is where we're going to finally get some answers on Ethan and Xana. But no, as usual, every time we think that we're getting a little bit closer to some validation, clarification, verification, and truth, this is the kind of shit that happens. So as of right now, no one has responded. I will let you guys know if and when they do respond, or if I end up having to file something else to try to get some more information on this. But for now, let me know what you guys are thinking down in the comments. If you like the way that I present this information and give my opinion, please don't forget to leave a like on the way out. Subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed already. And please don't forget to make sure that that notification bell is set to all so you don't miss any of my rants, reviews, reactions, updates, or deep dives. See y'all.
And I do believe that she did get a response on this finally too, Eddie.
Yeah, that one wasn't the one I watched today. I'm not sure.
Well, it might be. Was it about that same stuff?
Yeah, in the one that I watched, she showed a clip of Olivia, towards the end of the video.
All right, then I think this is the response. 6 hours ago it came out, I think.
That'd be
but that's where you have to start from, is there, so that everybody understands it. So
okay. Yep, makes sense.
This one's a little longer, but I do want to show the response on this because they did respond to her. Here's what happened, folks. Now, first off, we all know how ridiculous that was, what she went through with that, okay? Truly understand ridiculous that they had to make her respond more than once to this and play dumb. They played dumb. It's stupid what they did. I mean, the context of this is clearly what it is. You can tell what she said. She clearly wrote what she meant. There's no pretending to not understand this. It's just pure stupidity, in my opinion. So this was the finality on this, the final response that they finally sent back to her. And understand why we're reviewing this like Eddie wanted to, because it shows the ignorance, the stupidity, and the games that they play. Okay? 1 second. And again, guys, please, if you have not subscribed yet, please do show some support and hit that like button. She does great stuff over there.
At this point, they're just using technicalities to play dumb. Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. Disclaimer. Everything stated in this video is my opinion and my opinion only. And just like everything else in these cases we discuss here on this channel, everything is alleged. Okay, you guys know that I am trying to get footage or some sort of clarification on a statement that was made in Brett Payne's supplemental narrative whenever he interviewed Molly McMichael, the DoorDash driver. In this report, he references that he, in his brain, apparently knows, because he's writing it in this report, that there is something he has seen that has shown Molly pulling into the front parking area of 1122 King Road and dropping off the food. The way that it's worded makes it seem as if this is a camera angle that we have not seen, because the only one we have seen when it comes to Molly and anything regarding the DoorDash and that time frame is the 1112 camera, where we not only see her pulling in and then leaving later, but at some point we do also see her walking down the road. And according to this report, she's lost, has no idea which house she's supposed to go to, and that's why she's apparently walking in and out of view. She's looking for the delivery address, according to her. There would be no reason for Brett Payne to mention the car of Molly's pulling into the front parking area of 1122, or mentioning a white Hyundai Elantra or a Hyundai Elantra or a car, period, point blank, pulling in behind her, and then also reference how she never says that she saw this car doing so. Those are very specific details. So, since we know that what he is placing in here is not in view of the 1112 camera, I asked Moscow Police Department if they could give me whichever surveillance footage is actually being referenced in this document. Now, if you guys missed my video yesterday about the first response to the request that I sent in, that one will be linked down in the description box. It looks like this, but for those of you who were there for that one, this is their response to when I sent them a copy of the supplement number 104 regarding the interview that was written by Brett Payne and reviewed by Sergeant Blaker. The response was this: a search of the videos you requested was conducted, and the videos you requested do not exist. The surveillance video mentioned in the supplemental report by Payne said, during the time McMichael was in the area of the King Road residence, the white Elantra can be seen via the 1112 King Road camera driving back and forth on Walenta Drive and then enter the King Road / Queen Road loop at approximately 3:56. If this is a surveillance video you would like to have, please submit a new request seeking the 1112 King Road surveillance video footage. The footage has already been released and would be available at the city's duplication cost of $30. This is old news. Me and her had this discussion a few weeks ago. While I am very aware that the 1112 camera is being discussed, and while I am very aware of what the 1112 footage shows, I know that the details that we are reading in Brett Payne's report do not match what would be available in the view of 1112's front porch camera. So this was my response. The 1112 camera does not show the parking lot area of 1122 King Road. This is something Payne specifically states. Molly pulls in to the front parking area to drop off the food. When Molly walks down the road on the 1112 camera towards the intersection of King and Queen, she is not only claiming she's lost and looking for the house in her interview, but she also isn't carrying the food, per the video itself. What is being mentioned directly by Payne would be happening behind the view of the 1112 camera. I know he works for the University of Idaho, or at least that's what the families were told back in April. But Blaker reviewed this supplemental report. Per your online directory, Blaker is still employed with MPD, so perhaps he can give some clarity to this verbiage. I have CC'd Blaker on this email to the address listed in said directory. And as you can see here, I sure freaking did. It's right here and it's public information. The Moscow Police Department website has a directory. And for everyone but whoever would be considered upper management, you can right click on the hyperlink of their name and then copy email address. The only person that I've seen so far that I couldn't do that with was the chief. It goes to a submission form instead. It goes on to say, again, I would agree with you if the front parking area of 1122 was not specifically mentioned, along with the specific action of Molly pulling into the front parking area, which also, again, is completely out of view of the 1112 camera. The house in the view of 1112's camera is 1119. I know that I'm nobody, but there is an unacceptable falsehood being stated in this report. If the response continues to be that the footage I must be speaking of is the 1112 camera, when clearly it is not, then I have no reason to believe anything other than Payne lied in this report. And he lied so much that somehow Molly ended up believing it herself, to the point that she is openly stating to officers in recorded and now very public body cam footage during multiple arrests that she did see Brian Koberger there and that she did park next to him, even though interview details in supplement 104 obviously state the exact opposite. Again, I appreciate your response and attention to this matter. I'm just trying to get to the actual facts, and I'm going off of the ex-lead investigator's own words here. That's all. I don't know what their response is going to be here, because they've already told me that whatever I'm asking for doesn't exist, but I am not going to sit here and believe that whenever this is very direct and very specific verbiage. So there's either one of two things happening here, and this is just my opinion. Either way, they're playing stupid by a technicality, okay? Either Payne is actually lying and there is no footage, but he basically coerced Molly for some reason, Bill Thompson's buddy, he coerced her into believing this is so true, or somehow got her to agree to lie, the same way that they did Payne. Let's not forget what he was going to do with the IGG stuff on the stand. Or there actually is camera footage that faces the 1122 King Road house that shows the front parking area, and it doesn't show what they're trying to tell us that it shows, and they don't want us to know about it. And either way, it's still a lie. There is no way that this footage doesn't exist. And I go back to, which camera was it that Olivia Consalvis came out very early on and stated that they watched the two girls, Maddie and Kaylee, get dropped off right at 156 by Eric Gower?
You have pulled video seeing the Uber driver dropping them off.
Yes.
You've checked your phone records. You know
Yes.
timestamps what
Yes.
time they got home. It's not exactly what police are saying, right?
Right. It's not
Um,
145.
Kaylee and Maddie were picked up from their home at 1122 King around 10:15. It's about a 5-minute drive down. So they arrived to Corner Club around 10:20, which is different than what was released at 10. We know that Kaylee called for an Uber at 1:45. He arrived at 1:49, got in the car around 1:50. It's about a 5-6 minute drive. They arrived home at 1:56.
And that same camera, they also apparently saw the girls not only go into the house, but then they also see them taking Murphy outside. Now, at the time that this story was told to us, again, almost 3 years ago, I don't know if Olivia and the family knew then that it was not Kaylee and Maddie. Because what we've learned is that it's actually Bethany and Maddie. And according to Bethany's recollection, they only went out the backslider with Murphy. She was only out there for maybe 10 seconds or so before she turned around and came back inside, grabbed some snacks, and then apparently went down to her room to watch TV. At some point, she claims that Maddie came down to her room to physically in person ask her if she had Murphy or had seen Murphy, because all of a sudden, Maddie could not find him. And we never get any clarification on when they found him, where he was, what time it was, none of the things. But we also didn't hear anything from the Consalvises about watching them lose Murphy on this footage. So we don't really know exactly what they saw. And like I said, I don't know if they knew before these documents or not that it was actually Bethany and Maddie instead of Kaylee and Maddie, because something else that we recently learned too is that Dylan and Bethany have never responded back to Olivia Consalvis about literally anything. So they wouldn't have heard this information from them. They weren't getting any information really from the police. So I don't know what they've thought this whole time. But I continue to wonder, which camera was that? Is that the camera that they're talking about? Did Steve Consalvis and them know about the DoorDash driver and the vehicle that she drove and all these other things before anyone else, because they had this footage where they corrected the police timeline for the girls getting?
Well, let's not forget, Steve was going to go meet up with Molly at the hotel, the informant that he was threatened not to, or he'd be arrested. So keep that in mind as well, you guys. Remember that.
Back. What else is on that footage? What address is this footage coming from? What camera is this? I can't ask them. They don't like me, because let's not forget, I was blocked for all of about 3 days. And then somebody went in and did all the things that somebody has to do on Facebook in order to be unblocked from a page. And that is why I can see everything that they are posting today. So somebody wanted me to see things. That's all I'll say there. Do with that what you will. So I don't know how I will personally be able to ever get that answer. If somebody knows the answer with some sort of verification, that would be super fantabulous. All I know when it comes to referencing anything is that Brat Norton had a screenshot sent to her from Steve Consalvis, but it was only of the 1119 house. So it was from the 1112 camera and had the little pumpkins on it. He used it to tell her that the sounds that they heard in that camera that was closer to King Road were not really matching up with the Linda Lane stuff. And that's still something that we have to go over, because that loud SUV that comes in and the one that leaves on the Linda Lane stuff looks the same, but the time is way off. Something is definitely wrong there. But again, that's something that we still have to dig into. I want to know what you guys are thinking about this little.
There it is. That's the second part. And I believe she's live right now. And I will be checking that out after the fact, too. So everything she said, I'm 100% on board with. And then some. I agree with her. We've actually talked about some of the stuff that she brought up with that. We've been talking about the camera issue for a while now. It's interesting to know. I forgot about that. I found that out the other day. That Dylan and Bethany have not responded to any request of any information or conversation that Olivia Gonsalves has requested from them. Gee, I wonder why. Don't you think you would do that, being that you're a family member of a victim of one of your best friends, your roommate? Interesting piece of info, but okay. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's go back to this. Eddie, what are your thoughts on this, buddy?
You got to give it to Jules. She's determined.
Oh, 1,000,001%. This is what I love about her. She's never stopped until she gets what she wants.
Yeah, and she's got a keen eye and an attention for detail.
Definite. Yes, sir.
She's asking the right questions. She's on to something.
I think so, too. And I think, like I said before, I did say the other day, sorry, guys, that I said it today, too, that I struggled with understanding how Olivia Gonsalves saw Maddie and Kaylee get dropped off in front of their house at 1:56 in the morning and then go walk the dog. From the angle that the camera faces that she claimed that it was, explain to me. I don't believe it, okay? So then, okay, it's possible to get an address wrong. No big deal. And I didn't even think about doing what she did, because Jules is so much smarter than I am. I'm so jealous of some of her brain sometimes. But it's a great idea, great idea. They'll give it to you, but they're, like I said to you guys, we're like I'm thinking too fast again. I said I wanted the entire 11/12 camera footage from, I just said it when we first started, from 9 o'clock on the 12th to noon on the 13th. And we'll never get that, because that has, in my opinion, the entire crime recorded on it in some sense, whether it's audio or what. We'll never get that. So if there's a camera that is directly across the street, which I know there was it removed? Did they claim that it doesn't work? I don't know. But I know there was one directly across the street. And if that has footage on it, which it would have to if it was active, it would have to, they will never show that to us. And if she gets it, I will be floored, you guys. But I know, like you said, she's very determined, and she doesn't give up on things very easily, okay? So I hope she gets it. I truly hope she gets it.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
No, I'm not. And guys, please make sure that you jump over to her channel, subscribe, and at least like the video. Please let her know I sent you over there. Show a little bit of love and respect. She definitely deserves it. She puts the work in, folks. She truly does. So any thoughts beyond this as to what you believe on this, Eddie? Or you feel, I should say?
Yeah, moments ago you said Olivia has been wanting to contact Bethany and Dylan. Is that right?
Yeah.
And we believe that they never have contacted Olivia. Is that right? That they won't?
Yeah.
Respond?
They have not responded to her at all, from my understanding.
So my question is, where is that information coming from? That's based on what? Why do we believe this?
I don't know where she got it from. I'm imagining it's in some form of a document somewhere, or something that Olivia said. I have to go look for it and try to find it. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And if that's the case, and it's true, you got to ask why. Why would they not respond?
It would be important to know how that is derived.
Well, of course, we need to find out where it came from.
In other words, is that, for example, is that because Olivia says it?
Say that again, bud. Is that because Olivia what?
Says it.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's a good point. But again, why would you make that up? Like they've always said, leave them alone. And they've always kind of, from my understanding, supported those two. At least against Steve and Christy have.
Well,
I don't know, though. Yeah, she did say that. That I remember.
I would just like to know where that...
I'll go looking for it.
It can't be from a document, you know.
No, I wouldn't think it would be either. It's got to be an interview.
Yeah.
I will go look for it at some point. I will hopefully find it.
Well, you don't have to. I don't need.
Yeah, but it's nice to know when there's I know one thing. Jules is not going to make something up like that. She would never do something like that.
No, I'm not saying she's making it up. I'm just saying.
Oh, no. I know you're not. I'm just saying. She's got it to get it from somewhere, so I will figure out where it came from because I do want to know. Listen, if that's a true fact and there's a way to figure it out, how?
See, that's
why.
The thing is what I always revert to. What do we use as facts in this case? Right?
Well, there's very little that we can.
Right. So if it's from Olivia saying it.
Oh, okay.
Then we cannot accept it as a fact. Right?
I imagine, yeah. I guess I'll see if I can prove that.
If I tell you guys something, is it a fact?
I mean, based on
no, it's hearsay.
Not that we know of, right? But
I could be misguiding you all, fooling you, right?
And that that could be positively true. I just can't imagine why she would say something like that, showing the support that she's shown for those two. It's weird. You know what I mean? That is what I guess the basis for kind of believing it per se would be. But then again, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful by any means, but then again, there's been a lot of things that have been stated that are wrong.
Everything, almost everything. We always want to ensure we don't get in the habit of saying always or every time.
A lot of things. That's why I say a lot of things, right? Usually. Hey, Bear.
Yep. Many things in this case is disinformation.
Most definitely. Wasn't there a camera to the left of 1122? I believe there was. And there was also at some point a pole, but you wouldn't have seen the parking lot because it was too high up. I think it was an area. I gave an aerial view of everything. It was to the left as well in the parking lot. So I don't know for sure. But I'm going to look around. And actually, let me look real quick here. We got time. I have time, as long as you guys have the time. Give me one quick second, because I think we might have an answer and see how it relates, per se, I guess. I'm thinking this one's it. 1 second. Oh, it's going to hurt a little bit, but it is what it is. I'm going to scan through this real quick and see if we can find it in here, and at least we'll know where the source came from, and then it's up to you whether you believe it or disbelieve it based on what your thoughts are on whether it's true or not.
By the way, a reminder, this is a refresher for everybody. Jules went off because of that Christy interview with Drunk Turkey Show. You guys remember that? Jules did reactions to that. On June 7th, she did a reaction.
Oh, yeah. She did. She went nuts. I don't blame her either.
She was talking about According to Christy, the entire family has not spoken to DM or BF, and they do not know anything else about Dylan or Bethany side of the story, besides what is in the PCA. They, the Gonsalves family, know just as much as we do when it comes to the two surviving roommates. On June 8th, she does another reaction. More follow-up on DM and BF talking to the Gonsalves. The Gonsalves do not have Kaylee's phone. The reason why the 425 timestamp is in the PCA is because Dylan was calling all the roommates according to what Christy heard, which is proof that little Miss Dylan, that's what Jules always calls her, and what she called her in this video, because I wrote it down, which is proof that little Miss Dylan was in no frozen shock phase. Steve says the G family has spoken to the two surviving roommates, but Daniel states that Christy states that the G family has not. So, to me, it feels like the truth is that they did speak. And then this interview, which Drunk Turkey deleted.
Of course, yes. I remember that.
The fix is, okay, that's not working for whatever reason. That it's a fact that DM and BF have spoken to the G family. So the fix is to have Christy say on the, on the record, so to speak, that they never did. That's just my 2 cents. But anyway, June 7th, June 8th, Jules' reactions to that Drunk Turkey show, Christy, quote unquote interview. It's not an interview because it's been deleted, and it's just his 17-minute recap of what the interview said. So there you have it.
Bing, bang, bong.
Now you know.
Thank you, sir. Good point. All right, let me scan through this and see if we can find this in here real quick.
So I have to be honest, I was rewriting my entire script in the pews waiting to see something that's, so a lot of it I just had to go off of memory for me.
Yeah, I immediately noticed him move.
Truly don't feel like I could get into that, but he's not human. I can't for that forever.
And you've been in the same room as Brian Koberger before.
In that capacity either. Even in times that I've been in the courtroom with him, eye contact, will panic.
Did he show
anger times? Because it was all genuine. It was all incredibly true. Everything that I've said, that I did say, I think was accurate. And that was, he respectfully declines as if he's still so desperate for that. I felt really proud of ourselves that we definitely had different kinds of statements that have to come back here, elevated for a minute.
It was sad, but it wasn't like all these sad people.
These speeches, little by little, it all came together. Ed fell on deaf ears to the defense.
Those awful details.
Yeah, my speech was the best that I could, and no longer be used because he has all the.
Yeah. Again, we were able to get, I think it was 250 pages so far of documents.
I could say maybe they'll now lead to some burning questions. I don't know, but yeah, some of that information we did find out that Monday before.
I mean, no, you're good.
Okay. My scribbled handwritten notes and Kaylee's death certificate and trickles in. And some of it is true and some of it's not true, but you don't know what part's true and what's not true. So
yeah, it's a lot, and also learning at the press conference yesterday,
deal with the lack of as an answer. I will say though, the police officers and the investigators are so extensively thorough, and I don't think that they would get up there and give their opinion.
What? That is, oh, okay.
And I don't think that they would get up there seemingly have no answer. because it's not having to be proven in a court of law anymore.
Had issues with him.
I don't think all of the tips were necessarily corroborated. Can't give you, you know, a specific evidentiary, legally binding basis of that. It might, you know, I might not be able to do that. Is that making sense?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Even like with.
Sorry, SRB, I just saw your thing. What I'm looking for is the statement, if she made it, where Olivia makes the statement that Dylan and Bethany have never responded to her in any way or shape or form. Her specifically, not just the family, but her. Excuse me. So that's what I'm looking for, hon. Sorry, I just now saw your statement.
The WSU stuff, you know, we had reported and talked to students who said that they you know, had issues with him, women, but even now to see that in writing, some of that stuff just backs up things we had already heard.
Yeah, and I think look for, you know, maybe they could have been, but they weren't because it wasn't, you know, a substantial enough lead or didn't have enough. Obviously, you don't want to dig up a hole that's been so dug through and try to force something to fit. That's just simply.
Oh, you found it, Angel? You can drop it in Discord or send it to me in email if you have it, dear. Sorry.
Not there. On 23 occasions, at least, that his phone was on and with him for that time, he's over there. So you kind of have to ask yourself immediately. But purchase the gift card. It's kind of difficult. Their Instagrams weren't private. We know that he hid his online behavior. We have proof of that. So is it that big of a jump to maybe consider this? I don't know. I think it's an individual question.
Yeah, I think a lot of these questions we're just always going to have too.
And he did try to be or have a plan. So I think that if you consider that, he probably wanted the crime to seem random or to be automatically associated to, you know, a known associate of one of the kids, because typically
Pause. Thank you. And we're the conspiracy theorists.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it?
I mean, she sure is supposing a lot.
I know.
And it's not that big of a jump. If this, then this. You know, if this, then we can imagine that.
It's kind of ridiculous. I mean,
He deleted all of his activity.
So many people do that. That has no bearing on anything. None at all. And I feel bad in some way, but at the same time I don't, because common sense will allow you to weed through things. You know what I mean by that, Eddie? Like, you can break things down based on a commonsensical look at something, okay? So with that being said, if you see something and then you see something else, and one of the things makes more sense, you kind of have to ignore the other. They don't do this. They refuse to do this. They have these documents available to them. They have these reports available to them. Either they're not reading them or they're ignoring what they're reading, because this narrative has to make sense or it ruins everything for them, in my opinion. And I hate to say that, because that's not how this should work. They are victims, in my opinion. They lost a loved one, and it's horrifying what they have gone through. But you still got to look at things the right way and take it for what it is. You cannot ignore things and say, well, it doesn't matter because this is what it is. You can't do that. It's just, it's not right. I'm sorry. You know, and I don't blame them for it, because they were fed so many lies over a period of the whole thing. Okay. So how do you know? But see, that's where my problem is, though, a little bit, you guys. They know they were lied to. They've claimed that they knew they were lied to. They also know that they weren't told anything because they requested it and they weren't given anything. That's what they've told us. So if you know that as a person and you know that you're not given what you're asking for, why do you continue to go with what you have? Does it make sense? I mean, I know we don't need this now because she found it, but does what I'm saying make sense?
Go harder.
Because it doesn't make sense to me how this is still going on like this.
And you wonder where all the leaks came from.
Well, we know where they came from. He admitted to it. Okay. But I'd still like to know where he got them from. Truly. He admitted to it. Clearly admitted to it. Okay. Where'd you get it from, Steve? Where'd you get it at? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just waiting on this email to come through from Angel. And it could take a minute because she's on the other side of the world. But,
well, I'll share this while we're waiting.
Please do.
So what I read to you guys, some of my old notes, Jill's reaction to that Christie interview, right? Something just dawned on me. So the reason why the 425 timestamp is in the PCA is because Dylan was calling all of the roommates according to what Christie heard. And then also, Christie says that the Gonzalez family, they don't know anything else about this whole situation. They know just as much as we do when it comes to the two surviving roommates. So that's interesting. So way back in June of 2023, the G family knew that the roommates were texting, calling, whatever you want to call it, calling and texting.
Right. Steve made that statement in one of his interviews. A long time back, and he said, if you guys remember, he was like, that the roommates were, I think his words were, the roommates were texting each other during the commission of the crime. Those were his exact words, I believe. But, and then it came out, like legally came out a while down the road. Okay. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me go back to my mail real quick. Bingo. Thank you, Angel, so much. Appreciate it. All right. Hold on here. I almost chose this one instead. That's funny. He did. He truly did, Rose. All right. Let's see this.
Thanks for checking out my new podcast.
On that flip side, I think I had hyped it up in my head to be this like grand gesture that I was doing out of like sisterly love. It was honestly, I can't put my mom and my dad on my back and make them walk my path, and vice versa. I think that anxiety crept in for my mom especially. And then, yeah, once proceedings started, the judge kind of started in that kind of set things off on a foot that I think that we even less were expecting. And then, yeah, I mean, it was literally nothing. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel like, oh, this is the moment we've been waiting for. They ask a series of questions and it's.
In terms of the like Dylan and the surviving roommate, do you stay in touch with them at all, or?
No. So I've actually only reached out to them one time in my whole life, and it was because I knew that they were roommates. So it was literally on November 13th as everything was unfolding, and I messaged them on Instagram and I said, hey, we can't get a hold of Kaylee. Like, I'm sure her phone is just dead. Can you have her call us? Neither of those messages were replied to. I've never reached out again. They've never reached out to me as far as I know. And it is what it is. They don't owe me anything. I didn't know them personally. So yeah, it is what it is. They're not guilty of anything. They're not on trial here. They don't owe me even a conversation. So I wish them well, and I will always, defend.
Yeah, pause it.
Hold on a minute. I gotta back this up real quick because this bothers the shit out of me. 1 second here.
Is your dad? Do you know if your dad's gonna go? Because I remember
in lieu of that, and we were told no because she wasn't a statutory victim.
in terms of the like Dylan and you know, the surviving roommates. Do you stay in touch with them at all, or?
No, so I've actually only reached out to them one time in my whole life, and it was because I knew that they were roommates. So it was literally.
Okay, that bothers me. There, one. That's the first thing that bothers me. I'm going to tell you in a minute why. I'm going to put it all together.
On November 13th, as everything was unfolding, and I messaged them on Instagram, and I said, "Hey, we can't get a hold of Kaylee. Like, I'm sure her phone is just dead. Can you have her call us?" Neither of those messages were replied to. I've never reached out again. They've never reached out to me as far as I know. And you know, it is what it is. They don't owe me anything. I didn't know them personally. So yeah, it is what it is. They're not guilty of anything. They're not.
How do you know that? Because somebody told you that? You don't question this at all? I don't understand this. Okay? You know that these two girls were in this house when your sister was murdered. They didn't respond to you when you were trying to reach out to them to ask if they know where your sister is. No response at all. Never did they respond. Ever. Nobody else thinks that's odd at all? I have issues with this. I have huge issues with this.
That question just came up out of the blue. Brian just asked her about her contact with the two roommates. Like,
yeah,
what an odd question. When you think about it.
Kind of, definitely.
I mean, what's the context? It just came out of the blue, right? I mean, this is the first time I'm seeing it, unless I'm missing something.
I remember this, but I kind of was like droning through when we were watching it because he drives me nuts, but I must not have really like focused on it. Go ahead, bud.
I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking is because how do we know it's not choreographed?
Well, I think it all is.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways. I think it's all scripted.
Yeah, Angel B, yeah. Scripted interviews. Yeah, absolutely. So this is to steer the narrative. Quite possibly. You know, if the interviewee and the interviewer have already, before going live, kind of run through the script, right? The purpose of this question and answer is so to manipulate what we believe.
Good point. Very good point.
That's what it feels like here.
I can agree. I can definitely agree.
Kind of gets back to what I was saying about, you know, why do we call this a fact? Remember? Like I always say, what do we use as fact? Why do we think what we think? Why do we believe what we believe? So if this is the source of that, then, well, I guess I know what I'm going to do with that. You all do what is necessary.
Let me ask you something before you even go there, Eddie. Let me point something out and ask a question. She clearly states she does not know them. She did not know them. She doesn't know them at all, right? How did you reach out to them if you don't know them, Olivia? If you don't know them, she's not going to have their information handy. So how did you reach out to them? And why those two? Something's funny with that statement. That's weird. To me, that's off. Okay. Instagram, right? Again, don't you have to be like friends with somebody to talk to them on Instagram? I don't know that stuff that well. I might be wrong. But don't you already have to be like accepted by that person or something? No, she says that they never reached out to her nor reached out back to her when she reached out to them, so on and so forth. But like I said, I thought like Instagram and Snapchat that you have to be accepted as a friend before you can talk to anybody. Maybe I'm wrong, I guess.
I wonder what interview it was that Steve G said that the G family has spoken to the two surviving roommates. I'm going to go with that one. That one is your truth, okay? wherever we got that is, however that came into our notes, because that's a fact. He did say that at some point, because Jules flipped the hell out over it.
Right.
There's a discrepancy between that and what Christy said.
Oh, 100%. Keep talking, Eddie. I have to grab something. I'm going to step away for a second, but I can still hear you.
So I guess it's our homework to figure out when he said that. What interview was that? Maybe I have that. Who knows? I'm just sitting here. The part that I can't figure out is, so why is it important? We got to ask ourselves this question. Why must we believe that the roommates haven't spoke with the G family? Or I guess, I don't know. Are we going to break it down to Olivia specifically? I don't think that's necessary, right? That's all one and the same. Whether if they spoke with Olivia or not, that has really no bearing to kind of what we're doing here. Because if you speak to any one of the G family, you're speaking to them all, right? Do y'all feel that too? Am I right in that? I mean, that'd be splitting hairs, right? Like Olivia says, well, I've never spoken to him. But if the rest of your family has, well, then in a way you have. You wouldn't be sitting here in this interview establishing so hard that you've never spoken to him. I hope I'm not rambling. I hope that makes sense.
No, it does. And Phil says that she had a clone of her sister's phone. So, yeah, I got you, Phil. That does make sense. Basically, what she's saying is she never spoke to them, but they have, because he said that they have. So, but if they have, we know that she has.
Yeah. Could you say that again so I make sure I understand you?
Olivia basically stating that she personally has never had contact with them. But we've been told and know that the Steve and Christy, the family themselves, have. They've claimed that. So,
but no, because remember, Steve said that. But then after he said that was the Drunk Turkey Show interview where Christy walks that back. And then Jules does reactions.
Yeah. That's right.
The hell out. So it seems like the truth is that Steve had it right, but that was him saying too much. Now it needs to be fixed.
So they had to backpedal, right?
Yes. So it feels like what Olivia is doing here is, ensuring that it's fixed, kind of, emphasizing the point that G's have never talked to the roommates.
Right. I'm sorry, you guys. I thought everybody realized who this was. This is Kaylee Gonsalves' older sister, Olivia Gonsalves, or whatever her married name is now. I know a lot of people don't recognize her. She looks a lot different than she did in the beginning. She had a couple babies. She lost all the baby weight, and she's doing something different. That's all. She just looks different. That's all. But that's her. So no, I get what you're saying, Eddie. It makes sense.
Hopefully it's clear as mud.
Either way, it's just interesting. Well, for one, the things that are being said and talked around, that's what the problem is with this case, everybody. You don't know what's right or wrong. I mean, we can break it down and figure it out. Jesse, the link is pinned if you want to join us, bud. You can bounce it around like a basketball until you figure out what might be true with it, but it's still very hard to differentiate what's right and wrong. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me how much of this there is with this case. And it's not just with specific people. It's everybody involved. The family members, okay? There's at least this family, okay? But I have issues with other things. Some of the other families have stated recently too, and been involved with, truly just the Gonsalves and the Chapins, but those are the only ones that I have little issues with here and there. But law enforcement, the prosecution, the judge, some of the witnesses, experts, everybody that's involved in this case, this is all going on with everybody. It's just insane. But I'll tell you right now, the script for this has got to be like this. Okay, just telling you. And that's a joke, by the way, folks. I'm just saying. Truly, it's got to be that big. Just saying. Blows my mind. All right, y'all. Anything else before we move on to the topic of the evening?
No, I just think it's important now that we try to identify where and when Steve said that the G's have spoken to
The surviving
roommate.
group. Yes, we will definitely. In fact, I'm writing it down. Hang on.
Maybe even Jules mentions it in that June 8th reaction, possibly.
Okay.
Cross our fingers, hopefully. It had to come from somewhere. We're not imagining it.
It did. It did.
Yeah, so it exists somewhere. It's out there.
It was in one of the many millions of interviews, I'm sure. But in fact, let me put a footnote here. Yeah, I think that's when Jules went off the deep end with the Gonsalves family because she was fed up. She was definitely fed up. And I remember talking to her on the phone, folks, like actual physical conversations between the two of us that went on for 3 hours. And just like she's going off about this, that, and everything else. And she didn't want to have to say things about the family. But it was like, you got to be real with this shit, okay?
It's worth a rewatch. Watch those two reactions. She's going off.
She does. She truly does. And I was very proud of her. She held that stuff in for a long time. And she just was like, there was a last straw. It broke the camel's back. And she went down on it. And she was done with it. And I don't blame her. Like, I mean, we all deserve to know at least truth. Okay? And there's so much mixed up lie and twisting and turning and flick. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And it's confusing to people. And then they get angry with people that come out here and come up with things that don't make sense. Well, guess what? Why do you think it happens? Hey, 300, good to see you. That's all. I mean, you can't really blame YouTube or anybody for coming out with something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because we're taking what you've given us already and trying to make it make sense and put it out there in a conversation, but it doesn't make sense. So it sounds ridiculous. In a lot of senses, there has been things that don't make sense at all, and you kind of got to look at it and go, okay, come on, But I mean, there was somebody, I guess, that put out a creator that Ding Dong Dipshit that I was talking about earlier put out that I agree with him was so stupidly ridiculous it shouldn't even be talked about, saying that that's not Olivia, that they have somebody standing in for her as an actor. And that she's not on there anymore, that's not her. And so I'm like, stuff like that, shut up. Don't say stuff like that, you guys. This case is bad enough and confusing enough that you don't put dumb shit out like that, okay? Go write your story and make your movie somewhere else, but don't do it here. That's all I'm saying. Matrix, hello and welcome. Good to see you. That's so ridiculous. And there's a lot of things like that out there. I've seen them, and I just blow right by it. I've gotten not interviews, but emails myself telling me, you know this and you know that. Like, what? Please don't email me anymore. If you're sending me that shit, don't do it anymore because I'm just going to ignore it. Okay. I'll never talk about it. I'll never put it out there as factual information because it's definitely not. That's so stupid. Come on. Those are the people that cause problems for the rest of us, that make us look bad in that sense. Okay. Just saying. So don't do it. If you're that bored with your life, go get a hobby, a job, anything. You ain't got to create shit. There's enough mess here. I promise you there's enough mess here. All right, so this interview with Mr. Thompson and Miss Jennings, being as respectful as possible, came out 3 or 5 hours ago. And we're going to definitely react to this. At least I'm going to react to it. You guys can say or feel whatever you want. But knowing the fed up status that I'm in, I'm probably going to say some not so likable things. I'll just put it that way. Not so nice things, not likable. I don't know where the hell the word likable came from in there, but anyway. All right, here we go.
Makes sense that he went there with a specific target in mind.
2 prosecutors in the murder.
Already, I'm stopping. And that was something that was clipped. That it makes sense that he went there with a specific target in mind. This is the same man that said right after the sentencing hearing, I believe it was right after, that said that he doesn't know why this house was targeted and that Brian could have decided to do this at random right before he did it. Am I wrong that he said that? I swear to God, we watched that on here. Okay. Now he's saying that there's a specific target. Okay. Moving on.
Of 4 University of Idaho students were on the case from day one, and now they're talking about what it took to put Brian Kohberger behind bars for life.
So what was your working theory here about why Brian Kohberger went to King Road that night?
I talked with Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings about the case that changed everything in their small town and how they felt about that big leak to Dateline and why they didn't get Kohberger to talk before making a deal. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. On November 13th, 2020, loose. The students were completely innocent victims. Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, Beard, nearing the end of his career, had the biggest case he'd ever handled thrown into his lap, and the world would soon be watching. In going to Moscow, I can tell you that there were people in that city who feared the crime may never be solved. That was a legitimate fear among people who lived in town, although they would not say it on camera. But we now know the murderer, Brian Kohberger, he was sloppy. Although he did take a lot of steps to hide his identity, he left his DNA behind on a K-bar knife sheath, and it was actually a good amount of DNA, despite what people said on social media. That, along with driving his white Hyundai Elantra to the scene, would be his...
We're reacting to this tomboy. You can't sit through it. You already know it's bullshit. You can react with us.
Undoing, among other things. It led to the FBI identifying him as the killer. And in a surprise on the eve of jury selection, Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty. The terms of that deal did not sit well with 2 of the victims' families. Kaylee Gonsalves' parents wanted a trial, and so did Xana Kernodle's father. But the families of Maddie Mogan and
You know, I had to look at it, Devil Woman. That's funny. I get it. I do it all the time. I think I know what you meant, though.
Ethan Chapin, they supported this plea agreement. We'll get into why Thompson so readily accepted the guilty plea from Kohberger shortly and why he didn't request that Kohberger disclose details of the crime in exchange for taking the death penalty off the table. It's called a proffer, and prosecutors can request that as part of a plea agreement. Instead, Brian Kohberger walked into prison holding on to his story with the knowledge of how he committed this crime and where he hid the evidence. Now, some on social media still believe that Kohberger is innocent despite his guilty plea. Their minds may never be changed. But Kohberger admitted in court that he committed these murders.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
I cover a lot of really scary crime stories here on Crime Fix, and if it's taught me anything, it's that privacy and personal safety absolutely cannot be compromised, especially when it comes to your personal data online. You would be shocked at how much of your information, like your name, phone number, and even home address, is just floating around the internet for data brokers to find and sell. It's so easy to will take care of the rest man for no reason at all. There's zero evidence that Koberger knew any of these victims, but there was cell phone evidence that showed that Koberger had been to Moscow 23 times late at night between July 2022 and the week leading up to the murders. Also on Koberger's cell phone, more than 150 selfies. He was obsessed with himself. And one, he appears to be taking a selfie, but really, it's probably all a ruse, because in the background sits a beautiful young woman on a baseball field with blonde hair. She has a very similar look to Maddie and Kaylee. Was he really scoping out that woman? I think so. And
Well, I guess she's an idiot just like the other ones are. Once again.
also, Koberger appeared to have an obsession with serial killers. That went beyond what a criminology student would research, particularly some time has passed of young women.
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to all that shit. I'm trying to find the interview, so hold on. Here we go.
Chief Deputy is Ashley Jennings. I want to thank you both for coming on. Bill, I'll start with you. How are you feeling? You know, we've had some time now. Some time has passed after this guilty plea.
Well, we are certainly pleased with getting a final conclusive resolution to the case. That's a relief for most of the victims, as well as for the investigators and for us. We realize that there's some folks who would prefer that we had made a different decision. I respect that. But we feel like we did the right thing, everything considered, and having people have the opportunity now to move forward is important.
I know you've addressed this, but I do want to drill down on
what the hell is wrong with her eyes? She looks like she's possessed or something. Jesus. Maybe that's the truth right there.
On this a little bit about this plea agreement. Were you surprised when Ann Taylor came to you just weeks before jury selection is set to begin? And she says, I guess, make us an offer. Tell me how it unfolded.
That's not what she said. That's not how that worked. But go ahead and tell your story, idiot.
And were you surprised?
I think we certainly were not expecting that to happen. The defense all along had maintained that their client was factually innocent. And so Ashley and Josh Hurwitz and I were all on trial track. We'd been working for months preparing for trial, and we were on track to be ready to go as scheduled. You'll remember back in June, I think June 18th, we had hearings.
That's because you didn't have anything to put together. You had no case. So in turn, of course you're ready to go. That's why she wasn't. You threw everything at her unorganized, and she had to find a way to get around the bullshit you put out there and was not prepared in that aspect. And we all know that at this point, and you made sure of that because of the way you handed everything off to her. So.
And I want to add something too, Dago, about what earlier Hipper asked Brian Koberger, are you guilty because you're guilty? I don't think Hipper knew exactly what was in the documents, because if he knew what was in the documents, he already knew he was not guilty. So you had complete bias right there.
Or he did know and just ignored it, doing what he was doing.
He couldn't have known what was in the documents. He didn't give a shit about what's in the documents. That was we've already been talking about it, but this is all part of the narrative. So.
I think he had his mind made up no matter what was in the documents, period.
He didn't even want the damn case. He didn't give a shit.
Right.
But anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it much, sir.
were on the request from the defense for another continuance, and also a request for them to be able to offer alternative perpetrator theories, point the fingers at somebody else. And judge made it really clear that wasn't going to happen. And it was the week after that when the defense approached us and inquired about the possibility of a plea. So we spoke among ourselves. We reached out to all the families and spoke with the families by Zoom, much as the same as we're talking here, or Teams, on Thursday and Friday of that week. As you would expect, there were a broad range of feelings from the families, and that's what we wanted. We wanted to ask them, what do you think about a possible plea offer? We've been asked about a possible plea offer, and we want your input.
And they didn't get to give their input. I think they all made a statement, said their thoughts, never said. He never responded to them, by the way, based on what Steve told us. He never responded back to their input, went ahead and made the deal.
We took that and met with the attorney team over the course of the weekend and decided to respond to the defense and simply say that if the defendant wants to avoid trial, he only has one option, and that's to plead guilty as charged to all 5 felonies, waive appeal, so it's final and conclusive, and it won't go on for years as capital cases are wont to do, and know that he was going to be spending the rest of his life in prison. And the following Monday morning, the defense reached out to us and the court and said the defendant was prepared to plead guilty. That's how it happened.
What changed, Ashley? Do you know what changed possibly on their side? Because as Bill just said, they said for years he was factually innocent.
Can't wait to hear that.
You know, that verbiage changed a little bit. I remember Ann Taylor saying at a hearing earlier this year, you know, Your Honor, our client maintains his innocence. You know, she was no longer using those exact terms anymore. What changed? You guys listened to the jail calls. Were his parents kind of saying to him like, hey, maybe you did this? I don't know.
I'm not sure, and only they truly will know what was the deciding factor. But I guess on our side, to back up what Bill was saying, you know, we were at a point in the case where we had gone through several motions to suppress, several pretrial motions. They had exhausted really all of their pretrial avenues and came up short for the most part. So I do think that weighed heavily in their decision about whether or not they truly wanted to go to trial or not.
Mm-hmm. You know, Bill, you know, I asked you this at the press conference. You said under the law, you can't be compelled to force him to allocute. But why not get a proffer from him? You know, hey, Ann, like we'll let him plead, but we need to know where he put the knife and how he got through the house and everything like that. Answer a few questions. Why didn't you ask for a proffer?
Well, we talked about that among the attorney team, and we made a decision that we wanted to make sure that the guilty plea itself was solid if he was going to plead guilty. Our experience, and Judge Hipper talked about this as well, is that frequently when defendants are being asked to explain, they start to minimize what occurred. They can't be trusted for the truthfulness of what they say. And we elected, in order to ensure a solid, sustainable guilty plea to all the counts, that we would not press for more than what the court was going to require as far as the defendant admitting to the truth of the charges.
But a proffer, I mean, you could have then rejected it and said, okay, we're going to trial. If you thought he was minimizing and lying, if you thought he was being dishonest, and he could have led you to the murder weapon.
I hear what you're saying, Anjanette, and he could have. We don't know if he would have or not. I don't think it would have changed the ultimate outcome. And our interest really is if we were going to be able to lock down a guaranteed result for the families and for the public, that was the focus. Mm-hmm. And we also reflected back to early on, I don't know if you're aware of this, but early on, when the FBI first came on board with this case, they sent agents from their behavioral analysis unit, their profilers, to work with us. And they told us that based on what they were seeing about the nature of the crime scene, the crimes themselves, that even if we were to get the person who committed these crimes to try to explain why it happened, that it wouldn't make sense to normal people like us, and that they really can't be trusted to tell the truth, because people like this live in their own different world, which is completely foreign to what we as normal people understand and can process. So that was a factor as well in our thoughts. This was probably one of the most bizarre cases I think that we've ever seen. And that sentiment was shared.
You made it that way, sir. So don't say that.
By experienced investigators who were working on the case from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's horrific. I've been doing this a long time. I've covered some awful, awful cases, and they're all awful in their own right. But these were truly innocent victims. They didn't know this guy, and he goes across the country intent on committing murder. I mean, it's sick. Ashley, you guys live in Moscow. Your job is to prosecute cases. Take me back to November 13th of 2022 when you guys get the call that you have a quadruple homicide in a house off campus.
What's the matter, Panama Mom? Do I need to back up? I see Busy saying something too. What did I miss right there? Something. Let me do it again. Sorry.
Guaranteed result for the families and for the public. That was the focus.
Mm-hmm.
And we also reflected back to early on. I don't know if you're aware of this, but early on, when the FBI first came on board with this case, they sent agents from their behavioral analysis unit, their profilers, to work with us. And they told us that based on what they were seeing about the nature of the crime scene, the crimes themselves, that even if we were to get the person who committed these crimes to try to explain why it happened, that it wouldn't make sense to normal people like us, and that they really can't be trusted to tell the truth, because people like this live in their own different world, which is completely foreign to what we as normal people understand and can process. So that was a factor as well in our thoughts.
That has to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. Truly. As an answer to that question is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
I wonder what world he's living in by lying to all of us and breaking his oath.
Good point. Very good point. That part is so... That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. He did. So, unbelievable. I wonder who came up with that for him. Maybe ChatGPT gave him that. Who knows?
This was probably one of the most bizarre cases I think that we've ever seen. And that sentiment was shared by experienced investigators who were working on the case from the very beginning.
Yeah, it's horrific. I've been doing this a long time. I've covered some awful, awful cases, and they're all awful in their own right. But these were truly innocent victims. They didn't know this guy, and he goes across the country intent on committing murder. I mean, it's sick. Ashley, you guys live in Moscow. Your job is to prosecute cases. Take me back to November 13th of 2022 when you guys get the call that you have a quadruple homicide in a house off campus.
She just doxed her in a sense, or doxed them.
Ashley, you guys live in Moscow. Your job is to prosecute cases. Take me back to November 13th of 2022 when you guys get the call that you have a quadruple homicide in a house off campus.
Yeah, I received a call about an hour after the 911 call from the then chief of police, James Fry. And he informed me that there was a quadruple murder near campus, and was kind of informing me of that, letting me know that we would need to do a search warrant. Yeah, I can go right back to that moment of getting that call. And then I then started working on a search warrant and then responded to the scene shortly thereafter.
And you and Bill went through the house. It's my understanding there's like in the logs, it says you guys did a walkthrough.
Yes.
Tell me about that. I mean, I can't even imagine. I mean, this is like a crime. It wouldn't matter if it happened in a big city. It would be horrific. But I mean, you guys this is not what you see a lot. I mean, you hadn't had a homicide in years there.
Yeah. So yeah, I think horrific is the appropriate word. It was tragic and immediately horrific. Many of the officers I overheard say that it was, one of the worst crime scenes they had seen. I've heard Bill say that as well. Moscow's had our fair share, of homicides in the past. However, I think this one, with there being 4 individuals present and just the nature of it, definitely it stays with you.
So Bill, you've been the prosecutor there a really long time. You get this call, you guys go over there. The FBI has been called in, Idaho State Police have been called in. To you, this has to just be unfathomable and unbelievable as the county prosecutor that this has occurred in your community.
I think my reaction when I first got the call was more of, this is really bad, and we need to make sure that we have everybody lined out and doing their best efforts on protecting the crime scene and gathering information. I think perhaps one of the advantages of being older and having done this for a while is I realized the importance of everybody being disciplined right from the beginning. This is the kind of thing, particularly with young officers, and there were young officers who responded to this who had never been to a crime scene like this before, that we had to work hard to make sure that emotions didn't cloud good judgment and good police work. So it was really a heads up, being tuned in an attentive mode, being there to work with our officers to make sure that everything was done the way it was supposed to, and that we collected the information in a legal and credible fashion.
Did you have any concerns about the handling of the crime scene at all? Obviously you learn things from every case. Did you think the crime scene was handled well, or what are your thoughts on that?
When I arrived on the scene, I was actually in Spokane that day, which is about 80 miles away. And when I got back later that afternoon, got on scene, the crime scene had been secured. The state police detectives were there, and they are the folks that we used to process major crime scenes. They were prepared to do their processing of the scene, including documenting the scene. Everything appeared to be in good order, good control at that point. I'm aware now after the fact that the police department had already done some comprehensive photographs of the scene to make sure it was documented in an undisturbed fashion, which is good police practice. We had everybody stepped up and did their jobs here. I don't have concerns looking back.
Talk to me about how important that sheath was and when you learned of it.
Well, we learned of the sheath on the 13th when the scene was being processed. The sheath was found in the bed by next to Maddie's body, and we knew immediately, given what appeared to be multiple stab wounds as the cause of death for all 4 victims, that this was likely a crucial piece of evidence. So it was handled with priority. In fact, it was driven. It wasn't shipped to the state lab. It was driven and hand delivered to the Idaho State Crime Lab, and they put it at the top of their priority. It was just a matter of, I don't remember, a day or so, and we heard back from them that they had located single source male DNA on the sheath, which was very powerful. It wasn't a mixture. It wasn't something that would have been inadvertent. So now the trick was trying to figure out whose DNA that was. And that's where the investigation started off from there.
Obviously, this leads to Brian Kohberger. And when you guys find out the name Brian Kohberger, I mean, Ashley, what's your thought? I mean, obviously it's like, okay, he's a Washington State University criminology student. He's at home in PA for the holiday or whatever. But I mean, just no connection that you guys could determine whatsoever to these kids.
Yes, when we heard the name on December 19th, at that point, that's really all we had was a name.
You see what you just did right there, folks? When we heard the name on December 19th, they didn't ask you the day. They've been doing that through this whole thing, specifically making specific statements to make sure they're on that narrative, period. That's ridiculous.
And it was a new name. It was a name I'd never heard before. No one on our team had ever heard before. But we knew that he was a Washington State University student. And we knew that he drove a white Hyundai Elantra. And from there, the investigation really, it was able to take off from there. Mm-hmm. But the name, meant nothing to me in the very beginning because I'd never heard it before. It had not been someone that we had been focused on. We had never heard it before. But after that, the investigation really took off. We were able to do multiple search warrants looking into the defendant, getting his financials, getting his cell phone records. So we did multiple search warrants, got a lot of information back, and that's really when the pieces started falling into place.
Mm-hmm. What is your working theory, Bill, about this crime and why he did this? I mean, you have to have some type of working theory. I mean, juries like to hear stories. You have to tell the jury a story. So what was your working theory here about why Brian Kohberger went to King Road that night and who specifically he was targeting?
Anjanette, at going into trial, we really weren't going to be proposing a working theory like you just discussed. Our focus was on the evidence showing that we have these horribly murdered young people and the evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the one who was responsible for it.
That's a lie and a half.
The lack of the backstory is something that we have to factor in. It's not an element of the crime. It's not something the jury will be asked to decide on. But human nature is such that if they get distracted by that, they could start creating questions in their own mind that had nothing to do with whether or not the defendant was guilty. So our approach at trial really was going to be much like what we did when we were in court on July 2nd, when the guilty plea entered, and the factual summary of our evidence, that was going to be the trial, and focus the jury on the elements under the law and what the proof was of those elements.
So very clinical, circumstantial evidence. We have the DNA, we have the cell phone stuff, we have the white Elantra.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess I just look at it as, I guess in my mind, when I, just looking at the case, I kind of think he probably went in there targeting one person. I think this is somebody who lived in his own head, as you kind of mentioned earlier. I think that, the cell phone stuff kind of shows that. He wanted to, I think he went in there targeting one person and this spun out of control. Have you ever kind of thought about that?
Anjanette, that's certainly a very reasonable hypothesis. And I know that's something that we've talked about, the investigators have talked about. Whether it's 100% accurate, I don't know that we'll ever know for sure, but it certainly makes sense that he went there with a specific target in mind. And it makes sense under the circumstances of what happened, escalated beyond what he'd planned. And I think, unfortunately, that's why at least 2 of the other victims ended up being killed. Whether we can know that for sure, I don't think so. But your thought analyzing the evidence certainly makes sense. It's a viable theory.
Diggle.
Do you believe I've seen Lieutenant go?
Did you notice a moment ago that she said that it was circumstantial evidence, and he didn't push back on that and challenge?
No, he didn't.
He affirmed her.
Wait, he doesn't have to now, Eddie. They got what they needed. They're done as far as they're concerned. You know what I mean? So yeah, but you're right, 100%. She's been asking, as much as she's irritating me, she's still asking interesting questions that I'm really interested in the answers that are given, but they're lying like all over the place. Excuse me. All over the place they're lying, okay? And backpedaling and turning things upside down that they've already stated and again, trying to ensure that I guarantee you that they both have scripts in front of them that they're reading from that are making sure that they're hitting certain points and keywords to keep the narrative, because they know that we're going to break it all down and bust it apart. 100%. And if they slip up, that's why she made that statement. Well, when we got the name on that date, they didn't ask that. They just asked what you thought when you got the name. She had to throw that in there. That's an extra little piece of something. Yeah, guys, we didn't get it till the 19th. You know what I mean? You know that we've all talked about this. So this was 100%. They probably called each other 2 hours before this and like acted it out with each other beforehand. Make sure you say this and make sure you say that. And when you do it, stress this and stress that. This is so ridiculous. Absolutely 100% choreographed, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Gilbertson quoted as saying that maybe Xana overheard something and went up the stairs and sadly encountered this monster and then ran down the stairs, and that's how things unfolded from there. Do you believe that's what likely happened?
Well, we certainly know from the evidence that Xana was up at the time that this was going on. She had received a DoorDash delivery just shortly before the defendant showed up for the last time around the residence. And so it appears like...
Hang on. Hold on.
This was going on. She had received a DoorDash delivery just shortly before the defendant showed up for the last time around the residence. And so it appears likely to us that she was awake, that she heard something and responded to that and encountered the defendant. And that's what escalated the homicides to include her and Ethan as well. We think that's a very likely explanation of how they became victims.
I want to talk now about...
What's up, Candy Girl? Good to see you. You say something, bud?
Yeah. So to me, that means that I just go with the opposite of that. So that tells me that Xana was not alive at that time.
It would make some sense. Most definitely.
About the phone, he had wiped it. I've talked to the Barnharts, about what they were able to find and not find on his devices. I know there was all this pornography on there. Do you believe he had a sexual motivation here based on all of this nasty stuff on his phone?
I absolutely have completely and totally 100%. I was about 90, but I'm done. This dumbass here 100% is pushing, once again, the SA motivation stuff. I'm sick of this shit. Shut up. God, what an ignorant asshole. And the dude probably didn't have any more porn on his phone than anybody else did. Any other guy that would be that age that would look shit up. These people are sick. I'm sorry.
I don't know that we can say for sure. The medical examiners.
And watch what you say here, Bill. Make sure you watch what you say.
Specifically looked for any evidence of sexual assault and found none. So we really don't know if that was a motivator for him. It certainly could have been, or it could have been part of what motivated him or what connected him to this particular house and these particular young people.
How frustrating, start with you, Ashley, and then I want to hear from you, Bill, was the Dateline special airing pre-trial, just weeks and weeks before jury selection, and kind of airing out a lot of things that you may have presented at trial?
It was incredibly frustrating. It was a big distraction. We were in full trial mode, preparing, and that was just another thing that kind of got added on for our office. It's unfortunate. We were disappointed.
Yeah. Bill, do you think that leak came from your side, and when I say not the state side, I mean like law enforcement, what have you? And we know there's an investigation underway, or at least we believe there is.
Now think careful and close, Bill, and tell the truth, because I know you're not going to.
We don't know for sure. The information that was contained in the Dateline show that was accurate, and there was some inaccurate information as well.
Hold on a second. I want to see something real quick.
We don't know for sure.
Watch Ashley when she asks that, and how he, right before he gets to respond, watch her face. It seems to kind of, maybe it's me, but it looks like it changed a bit.
We don't know for sure. The information that was contained in the Dateline show that was accurate, and there was some inaccurate information as well that they included. The accurate information was known not just to members of the state's investigation team, but also members of the defense team.
He's really trying to put it off on the defense. Why the fuck would the defense do that? They're not going to gain anything from doing that. That was, oh my God.
We have, I think, a hard time wanting to accept that one or more of the state's investigators leaked this. But the bottom line is, if they...
Oh, that's interesting. Did you hear what that's pretty specific. Hold on a minute. I never really specified that in my own mind. Okay.
They did, then I want to know that, and I want to make sure that the appropriate consequences come into place. And that,
I'm pretty sure that's a lie. If you watch his face change there,
that person will never be a law enforcement officer again. Likewise, if it didn't originate from somebody on the state's side, I think we need to know that as well. And that person or those persons need to be held to account. What happened was outrageously reckless.
Well, if we remember right, when those two documents were put out for the state and for the defense, somebody clarify this for me, Eddie. You probably could the best. The one that was put out for the state basically read to them that it was known by Hitler that it came from the state side. And the defense side, when it was put out to them, all it said to them was to basically make sure you got all your I's dotted, your T's crossed, and everything on lockdown. That's all it said on them. So it was already pointed out to the prosecution side of this, okay? And the state side, I guess we'll say it that way. So he's full of shit. He's just trying to, once again, roll the bullshit away from him, as they always have. So that's bold-faced bullshit right there. Flat out ignorant bullshit, period.
And I think the words disappointed and frustrated probably understate quite how I felt at the time. I probably used some shorter, more direct words about how I felt and how I still feel about it. And we've committed ourselves to cooperate in every possible way that we can to assist in identifying who's responsible if that happens. I truly hope it does. It was horrible. It was just completely inexcusable. It should have never happened. Completely irresponsible. That's the kind of.
I bet if we started a pool here, and I was a real hardcore betting person, how many people in here think that he himself very likely may have had a small hand in that himself personally, possibly? Not saying all of it, but some of it per se. Or somebody absolutely sitting on that panel with him for sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's laying it on thick right now.
Real like a big old a whole jar of peanut butter thick. Yes. I mean, his facial expressions and hers for the matter, it's a trip to me.
Yeah, to him it was horrible. Just horrible.
Does it seem like that she has a lot to say? As far as the way she's acting and her facials, she has a lot to say, but she just can't say it.
She don't want to be there. She don't want to be having this interview right now. I'm telling you right now. I don't know that she trusts her body language itself. I've always had issues with her. I've never trusted her.
Would you please?
And her, I could put all of this on her comfortably without even thinking twice. But just saying.
I mean, I'd say that because, remember Ray really pointing a finger at her.
Right. That's one of the things I don't trust about her. And I don't believe for a second, okay, that she was put. Let me make sure I phrase this right. That she was put there to do this and didn't want to do it. I'll never believe that. If it comes out down the road that she gets thrown under the bus somehow, finally, that she did it, but she didn't want to, she was forced to do it, I'm calling bullshit right here and now before it ever happens, okay? Absolutely 100%. If anything, I would put her in there as one of the ringleaders with it, to be honest with you. I'm just saying. I don't trust her. I never have. There's something about her that makes me just feel, it makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck. There's something about her I do not trust. Hey, Moonbreaker, good to see you, bud. So, just saying.
She had a strong look on her when we first started the interview.
Yeah, you can see that this is bothering her for sure.
Saying that can derail the entire criminal justice system. Judge Hippler was rightfully very, very mad.
What did Dateline get wrong? You said they got some stuff wrong.
Well, I'd prefer not to say that right now because I don't want there to be generally publicly known what was right and wrong from our.
Oh, no. God forbid we were to get any truth out of this. Let's see Ashley's face on that one again.
The entire criminal justice system. Judge Hippler was rightfully very, very mad.
What did Dateline get wrong? You said they got some stuff wrong.
Well, I'd prefer not to say that right now because I don't want there to be generally publicly known what was right and wrong from our perspective. I think that's information that's going to be important to the investor.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, keep everything vague.
God almighty. If this can't be seen for what it is, come on, guys.
Investigation. So as much as Ashley and I would love to sit down and just say, well, we went through it and here's what's correct and what isn't, that's something we can't do right now. Sorry.
Would you have been able to charge him, even if you had found him through the white Elantra, needle in the haystack search? Would you have been able to charge him without the sheath DNA?
We've talked about it and we haven't had to make that decision. Fortunately, we had the sheath DNA, which really was kind of the icing on the cake, so to speak. You'll notice that we did not file charges, though, until we had at least.
We're going to hear that again. Listen to Anjanette's question first, and then Mr. I did everything and did all this hard work, play it off again like he did something. They did nothing.
You'll notice that we did not file charges, though, until we had to sit down and just say, well, we went.
Even if you had found him through the white Elantra, needle in the haystack search, would you have been able to charge him without the sheath DNA?
We've talked about it and we haven't had to make that decision. Fortunately, we had the sheath DNA, which really was kind of the icing on the cake, so to speak. You'll notice that we did not file charges, though, until we had at least a preliminary DNA match with the paternal DNA from the trash pull that the FBI conducted and the cotton swab that came back from.
So he's trying to say that they had him before they had the DNA. What? That was the icing on the cake? I mean, did I take that wrong, Eddie?
Gosh, I was looking through documents, so I wasn't paying close attention.
He asked if they had him, if just with the light of launcher or something like that, and he said, well, basically he said that the sheath was the icing on the cake, making it sound like they had they had him, they were good to go, but that just made the rest of it go floor. You know what I mean? Oh my God. They had nothing. They had nothing. Jesus Christ, I'm so sick of hearing.
The lab as having the DNA of the father of the person whose DNA was on the sheath. That was what put us over the top for feeling comfortable filing charges back in December of 2022. And then, of course, once we had the defendant in custody and we obtained a direct DNA sample from him and had the positive match, we knew we had our person.
Now that Brian Kohberger has admitted to committing the murders and waived his appeals, the focus can now shift back to the victims when it comes to discussing this case, rather than future court dates and trials, evidence, and potential appeals.
When it comes down to it, this case really now is all about the victims moving forward. Not only the direct family members and loved ones of Maddie and Kaylee and Xana and Ethan, but also friends and the extended community.
Why do they keep doing this? Blocking out their faces as if nobody knows who they are at this point. That's so dumb to me. I'm talking, just makes no sense.
I'm sorry, but I'm about to lose it with this bullshit about he admitted that he did it. He did not admit the shit.
Sure didn't.
He just changed his plea because
he didn't have a choice.
He didn't have none because the Hitler and everybody else was against him. Everything that they was trying to do, they couldn't get nothing done. The big one was Cyrus. He did not admit to anything. So whenever they come up with that bull crap about that, I just like, man, come on.
You gotta tune it out because
Change the plea does not necessarily mean that it's admission of guilt. And had Hitler been involved in or known anything about the case at all, instead of his biased bullshit, he would have called out Burger. He would have called out Brian Kohberger's bullshit right then.
Well, I'll say this: even
I can't accept your plea because
if he was on the up and up, yeah, I'll say that much because I don't believe he was at all at this point.
No, he wasn't. No. Okay.
And he should have never. He should have. If he was, that plea would have never been accepted. Welcome back, Kent. What'd you say, Eddie?
Hitler had told him. He said, "I couldn't. I have the ability to accept your plea or not."
Mm-hmm.
He told him that.
Absolutely. And I truly, with that point, I guess I wasn't fully on board with the bias judge and all the other bullshit at that point. He did take a plea deal, Siggy. He was never found guilty due to the prosecution's work. He took a plea deal, period, because they scared the shit out of him. And there was other things going on, in my opinion. So,
Hitler did, I'm sorry, Dago, but Hitler did acknowledge that the Cyrus deal would have been an end to some people's careers.
Of course.
Jennings would have been, it was one of them.
That's exactly why it didn't happen. Matrix, this simulation is dangerous.
But like I said, and I'm sorry to keep interrupting you.
It's okay.
Like I said in the past, right then and there, Hitler should have had both sides come into his chambers and have a sit-down chat. Because that could have been this whole case could have been thrown out right then and there. Done.
It should have been. It should have been. for way more reasons than just that. But that tells you who the judge was right there.
Exactly.
He should have never accepted the plea. And he should have forced this to go to trial. End of story.
I know he wants to be exonerated. I get that. I understand it. But there's a reason why we're still here talking about this case. Because we all know everything's bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Absolutely.
Well, go ahead, Dago.
Stepped up to support each other throughout this. We're glad that we have a resolution that is final, that's conclusive, that we aren't looking at decades of appeals, just reopening the wounds every time a new court document is filed.
You like how he threw that in there too. We're glad we have a resolution that's final. No, you don't, Bill. You tell yourself
it
that.
needs to be open. It needs to be reopened. It needs to go into trial. All this needs to come out. And the real perpetrators needs to be.
I don't think they will ever be prosecuted or even known for that matter, to be honest with you.
Well, we've seen a lot of people in that law enforcement lose their jobs or so happen to.
I mean, we could get lucky. Yes, it'll happen, but I have very high doubts.
And, oh man.
There you go. Bill Thompson called the DNA on the sheath the icing on the cake.
Yep.
I have to ask everybody, do you guys think that they will unseal the joint proposed jury instruction regarding the tip leading to the investigation of the defendant? You know, the lie, in other
Right.
words,
Yeah.
they both had
I
to agree to.
personally don't. I don't think they'll unseal that, but
No.
he's asking all you guys.
Yeah.
No.
And another thing too, it kind of shows you how ill prepared they was, because they said that they avoided or took counsel to avoid talking to Brian Kohlberger.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason for that. Had they been seasoned investigators or prosecutors, they would have sat down and had a conversation with Brian Kohlberger and used everything that came out of Kohlberger's mouth against him. They did not do that at all.
No, and it for lack of a better term, if this would have been on the up and up and been a real investigation, a real criminal case, all of those things, yes, that all would have happened. But none of this is in the real world, folks. This is like happening in another fucking dimension somewhere. It's insane.
It's like it wouldn't even stop. The last sheath, okay, that would have been the icing on the cake. That's probable cause. But what about all the rest of it? What about the blood on the handrail? What about blood outside? What about all this other stuff that's going on in the house? We're not going to test all that. Oh, we got unknown blood DNA of a female or a male or whatever, so we don't even know the names of these people. We finding blood that's in another apartment complex. We're not going to test that out and see what that's all about.
Well, they supposedly they did, but we've never seen any lab results on it yet, so we don't know.
And
they never made any more comments about it.
And everything that happened that morning, everything should have been shut down. And everybody at that point, if you're the roommates, you should be in handcuffs. We should be taking you to the department, and we should be having a conversation.
Of course.
They said we got people coming in and out of the house before the law got there. You got an 8-hour gap. That's a major red flag, especially whenever you come across 4 dead people in the house. And you have somebody sitting there with a knife in their hand, and they're walking by the table, and you're putting the knife down, and they're holding their hands up.
That's definitely questionable, that's for sure.
But we're going to ignore everything else and say we got the night sheet, so we got what we want. We got the person that matched the blood on the night sheet.
And that's exactly what they've done. And I do got to speak to this statement Linda made. And I've been wondering, I don't know what Ann's relationship was with her mother. A lot of people are very close to their parents. And I got to agree with Linda to some extent. I noticed a change. I truly did. You know, I attributed it to some other things, but this could be a possibility. And Linda says, I'm sorry, but after Ann's mom passed, she lost control in the courtroom because Hitler was down her throat. And I kind of feel like that could be a possibility. Linda, I agree with you. You could tell Ann was different that first day she came back. She had just I think she buried her mother like 2 or 3 days before that, okay? That will destroy somebody. That will drain somebody. I don't care how good you are at what you do. It will completely turn you into a different person. We don't know that relationship. We don't know Ann's definition of loss in her life at that point. She can't show that. She can't discuss that. She can't, you know what I mean? But I feel like she may have lost some of her oomph, if you know what I'm trying to say. And I feel bad because it's not her fault. And then they didn't cooperate with her at all, which made it worse. And that could be part of the answer to some of this, you guys. It could be. I'm just saying. She's a professional, and I'm sure that she was doing her best to not allow that to affect her. Sometimes you don't have a control over that, you guys. Think about it. I'm just saying. That's a good point, Linda. I appreciate you putting that out.
We hope that those who have suffered from this can find some peace and move forward. There's no way we can undo what happened. Like I said during the sentencing, our former district judge up here, who became an Idaho Supreme Court Justice, John Stegner, used to say regularly that not even God can undo the past. We can't change the past, but we can move forward from it. And that's our hope, where we go from here. I have to say that reflecting back on this, you look at that first week of the investigation, and the investigators had 2 pieces of evidence. They had unknown male DNA on the knife sheath, and they had the white Elantra, and that was it.
Right.
And it is just absolutely amazing the work that they did to bring this person to justice and to gather the evidence that proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed these horrible crimes. That is truly impressive, something I'll never forget.
Were you ever worried, though, about going to trial, like that maybe there would be somebody on the jury that would, I don't know, were you concerned at all? Because maybe somebody would see it that way. I mean, I don't know. They were going to go the planted evidence route, I think.
There's always a gamble going to trial. That said.
Whoa. Did you hear what she just said? Hang on. That was bold.
Crimes. That is truly impressive. Something I'll never forget.
Were you ever worried, though, about going to trial, like that maybe there would be somebody on the jury that would, I don't know, were you concerned at all? Because maybe somebody would see it that way. I mean, I don't know. They were going to go the planted evidence route, I think.
There's always a gamble going to trial. That said, and Ashley can attest to this as well, we were and we are very confident in our evidence. There's no question in our mind that the evidence that we had to present proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, that doesn't rule out that we could have one juror who went off the rails and compromised the trial. And that's a risk in any trial, no matter how strong the evidence is. But we tried not to worry about that. That's just a fact of life in the law profession. That's the inherent risks of trial. Mm-hmm. The beauty of the guilty plea is we avoid that risk entirely. There is that advantage, but that wasn't part of the decision for offering the plea and accepting the guilty pleas.
Ashley?
Yeah, I could just echo what Bill said. I think he said that perfectly.
Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate your time. It's been really interesting talking to both of you.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Ryan Koberger is serving his 4 consecutive life sentences in Idaho's maximum security institution, the families of Maddie.
That was so worthless. They followed a script 100% to make sure that they did not slip up, screw up, or change up that narration, the narrative in any way, shape, or form. What bullshit. What bullshit. Wow.
Pathetic is the word.
Oh, that's an understatement in my opinion, of course. Shocking secrets. What the fuck? What's shock? There was nothing there shocking. Nothing that's secret. Wow. Anything, any kind of anything to add to that, Eddie? At all?
No, but now we all have to go to bed with on such a downer, on a down note.
Well, let me throw something else out here that I don't know how many of you guys follow Harsh Reality. He put something out a couple days ago that I thought was a little interesting. Wait a minute. No. Wait. Oh, we already went over that. Sorry. I guess we did cover that already. My apologies. Hold on. 1 second. I guess to try to change the mood a little bit. Something I was going to cover too, but I didn't. Give me a second. Just to give a little bit of an explanation, I responded to her actually. And it made me wonder something. So hold on here. And I never really paid attention to this until after the fact. You know who, Eddie, you follow Kathy from the Indie Zone at all?
Yeah, I've been watching her, when she's covering these reports.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to put this one. I want to review this with you guys real quick. And guys, please go over, hit the subscribe button. And she does really good stuff. I like Kathy. I think she points out some things that are interesting. And this was interesting to me. And I read right through it and didn't even remember it until she points it out. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Okay. And it's not a big deal. But it can possibly explain something that I've questioned. And it makes me wonder why, maybe. Or what else could have been done at that point. So I want to review this with you guys real quick. And if you guys remember, I questioned when we were reading through in the PCA when Payne says that he later noticed the sheath. We've all questioned that, I think, Eddie. I'm pretty sure you have the verbiage on it. I think we've all. What does he mean by that? Later, as in like today? Yes, tomorrow. Later during the day. Later on, 10 minutes later, whatever it was. I'm just saying. We've all questioned it. So this is interesting because I never really focused on this until she points out. And then I remembered oh shit, that's right. So, but I wondered why to some aspect and what may have gone on during this. So 1 minute here.
My name is Kathy. The criminal case of Idaho versus Koberger was closed on July 23rd, 2025. One of the filings was the 18-page affidavit of probable cause that was signed under penalty of perjury by Detective Brett Payne, who was the lead detective in the investigation into 1122 King Road and the catastrophic events that occurred there on November 13th, 2022. Page 1 told the public that on November 13th, 2022, that approximately 4 p.m., Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I, this is Detective Brett Payne, responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, here after the King Road residence, to assist with scene security. Upon arrival, the Idaho State Police forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. If I could just interject a comment here, ladies and gentlemen, relative to the ISP forensic team being on scene and preparing at that time at approximately 4 p.m. to begin processing the scene, all activities regarding crime scene processing occurred under the direction of Detective Jeffrey Talbot of the ISP. If you read the remaining of page number 1 and then going into page number 2, you will learn that Officer Smith and Detective Payne indeed entered the property through the front door, went up to the 2nd floor, and then ultimately to the 3rd floor. And then on page 2, he describes, Detective Payne, what occurred when he entered the bedroom of Madison Mogen, where Kaylee and Madison were found. He writes, "As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gongalves and Mogen were unalived with visible wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather sheath laying on the bed next to Mogen's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar USMC and the United States Marine Corps Eagle, Globe, and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Police later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the sheath." If we could stop right here, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to interject some thoughts, some opinions, and comments first. What Detective Payne is not stating here is that there was a second walkthrough that he participated in shortly after this first one that we're going to get to in just a moment, and reading one of Detective Talbot's reports. Detective Talbot was assigned to be the lead detective for the crime scene investigation. Supplement number 0032. It is a multiple page report. We're not going to go through it in its entirety, but I do recommend that you do, because there's a lot of information here. It recalls what Detective Talbot did, saw, heard upon his arrival and thereafter at 1122 King Road, assigned as lead crime scene investigator. Page number.
And you got to ask yourself now, like I stated a long time ago in the one show that I did contributed to just that statement, who truly had the lead on this case? Brett Payne, Jeff Talbot, Darren Gilbertson. Who was the true lead investigator? Now, the only two we ever saw interviewed was Gilbertson and Payne. But doesn't ISP hold a higher standard than local PD? How is it? How do we know for a fact who was lead on this? Because from based on this document, she's right. Talbot was lead, and he was ISP. I don't know. It's interesting. Just something to remember and think about.
3 of 7 of this report. It says here at paragraph 2, at about 2:41 p.m. I arrived on scene. And then the next couple of paragraphs describe what Sergeant Blaker provided Detective Talbot about in terms of a verbal briefing. Then if we go to paragraph 3, page 3 of 7, it says here that at about 5 p.m. after a search warrant was signed, Sergeant Blaker, Detective Payne, Latah County Prosecuting Attorney Bill Thompson, and Latah County Prosecuting Attorney Ashley Jennings and I, this is again Detective Talbot, entered the scene and conducted a walkthrough. And then he begins to give his observations thereafter. But note here the time and who is in this group of 5. It includes Detective Payne. So in other words, in comparison to the PCA pages 1 and 2, it appears that Detective Payne made 2 walkthroughs within approximately an hour or shortly thereafter of each other. Then if we go ahead to the next page, bottom of the page is where Detective Talbot is describing what he saw upon entering Madison Mogen's bedroom, where again Madison and Kaylee were found. And then he says that near Madison's left, and we have to go to the next page to continue, near Madison's left hip was a tanned color leather sheath, partially covered by the comforter. So we ask here, as I interject my opinions, my thoughts, my comments, a rhetorical question. Was this when Detective Payne writes in the PCA that he later noticed the sheath? Was it during this walkthrough of 5 people, including himself, that someone noticed the sheath? And that's what he meant, Detective Payne, when he said, I later noticed this sheath during the second walk.
And also, if you notice that in one of the documents, it states that it's on her right side. And one of the documents, it states it's on her left side. Maybe he didn't notice it at all. Maybe it was somebody else within this group. And if it was on her left side, it would be basically on the edge of the bed. If it's on the right.
Are you sure on that, Dale?
I read in one of the documents that it stated it was on the left. This one here says on the right. I can't remember what document it was that we saw that it was on the left. It said to the left side of her. I remember reading it somewhere. I'll find it. I can't do it tonight, but I will find it. And in fact, I'm gonna put a note down that way. I'll tell you where I find it and when.
Yeah, because I don't recall that.
I do. From where the hell did I see it at? I can't remember. Anyway, does anybody else remember hearing that it was found to the left side of her body? Anybody at all? And if not, guys, it's okay. You can tell me I'm wrong. Don't worry about that. I swear I read something in one of these documents that it said that. Here it says right, which is where that's what I always thought. The right side in between her and Kaylee. So anyway, I'll figure it out.
Through that occurred shortly after the first. These are opinions that I give relative to the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. If you have any thoughts, any comments, any opinions that you would like to share, please do. Until next time, this is Kathy. Thank you for joining us here today.
And again, thank you, Miss Kathy. I appreciate what she does. She always does a great job. Please make sure that you guys, if you have not yet subscribed, hit the notification bell and hit the like button for what Kathy does. She does a pretty good job. She really, truly does. Don't be hating. It's okay. I understand. I'll find it. If it exists, I will find it. Thank you, Contessa. If it doesn't, then I'll just, hey, I was wrong. But I swear to God, I read that somewhere. I'm going to go back and look through some of these things and see what I can find. Like I said, as I have some time.
Yeah, I'll share, before I hop down, I'll share with everybody my thoughts on the Anjanette Levy interview.
Go for it, buddy.
There's a whole lot of nothing in there. It's pretty much just blowing smoke and saying nothing.
As always.
Trying to direct the narrative, of course. But the biggest thing I noticed in there that's important is, and I'm surprised it even saw the light of day. I'm surprised they even would have approved in airing it. And that is when she said that there is pushback out there. Some people still think that he is innocent.
Yep. Yep.
If that doesn't speak volumes to you, they are concerned about it. This thing is still like in the full news cycle.
100%.
And there's a reason for that. They wouldn't be so concerned about this if it wasn't true.
Oh, they'd have quit talking about it. Absolutely.
That is a problem for them. I hate to say this. I hate to give them, good advice on how to do a better job at pulling this off by saying they'd have been better off not even saying that.
Right. You are correct.
It's such a tell that they did say it, as I have described.
Yeah, agreed. Very interesting.
So, yeah, that was my take from all of that.
I was really impressed. I'll be honest with you. I agree with you too, Eddie. About how she said the whole thing that she thought that they were going to go along with. They were going to go with the whole planted evidence thing, and they both kind of snickered. Bill mostly, but I found that interesting, and I was kind of interested that she brought that up. Some of the questions that she was asking were kind of off par for me. I didn't expect them.
Yeah, there was a couple times in there where they were both grinning like the Cheshire Cat.
Oh, I know, because they know. Well, at least they think. So far, they've gotten away with what they were doing. Just saying. I got one more thing for us to review tonight, folks. For those of you that want to stick around and finish it up. For those of you that don't, I understand completely.
And I'll, like I said, I'll be in chat.
Sounds good, bud. I appreciate you very much. Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks again.
And thanks for yeah, every time, anytime, buddy. Every time. All righty. And it's just you and I now, Hemisphere. Appreciate you being here with me as well. So this next thing was brought to my attention a little bit earlier. I figured, what the hell? We're already in a hating mood. Let's play it out all the way and see what she's got to say. God, these people's voices just irritate the shit out of me. So for those of you that want to stick around, please do. For those of you that don't, no worries. I want to review this too and see what she's trying to say here. I know it's going to be hard, but maybe I can react to this as well. It is not Trashly by any means. She'll never come on my panel again unless it's absolutely 100% a necessity. I promise you that.
No.
I can't handle her at all, but this is almost as bad. But she did put something out tonight. You made me look at it earlier when you brought it up, and I was like, I didn't even see this, but it's kind of interesting, so we'll see.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was very interesting. But like I said, she has to stick with the narrative too, so you're going to hear a lot of that. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yep. Here we go. The disgraceful one herself.
Brian Kohberger's hidden essay reveals a plot to walk free. This essay found in thousands of pages of documents in his apartment.
This is going to be hard. I warned you. Her voice just makes me want to claw my eyeballs out, but I got to hear what she's saying.
Is it a harbinger of things to come? Also, Kohberger screaming from behind bars, I have mental health disorders. Set me free. And tonight, are more Kohberger victims emerging? How many are there that we don't know about? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Oh, good God Almighty! This will be interesting.
I mean, you know, they did have film of him in prison now. There you go. You know?
Do what?
They got film of him in prison.
Oh yeah, yeah.
To Susan Hendricks joining us about the creepy selfies, the shirtless selfies, new ones that have just emerged. Susan Hendricks joining us, a journalist, investigative reporter, author of Down the Hill, My Descent into the Double Murder in Delphi. To the control room, I'd like to see the new selfies. Actually, that was a misstatement. I wouldn't like to see them. I'm going to have to, oh dear Lord, I'm going to have to report on them. Just hold that. What the hey? What? Okay. Tell me, Susan, tell me what this is and why I'm having to look at Kohberger without a shirt on, flexing.
Because you wanted to see the pictures, you idiot. Now shut up and watch it.
Staring into the camera. Why is this happening?
Yeah, they are cringeworthy. And for the company that looked through his data, his cell phone, they found out that he...
Does he actually have his pants pulled down toward his crotch so I can see more?
No, he doesn't. That's the stomach right there, and there's the waistband. She's such a jackass. This better be worth it. What? Hemisphere, I'm telling you.
Of his belly button hair? What? Like in a Sports Illustrated magazine, you know, cover, the swimsuit is pulled. Okay, I think it's deeper than that because Dr. Sherry Schwartz joining us for.
I'm going to bounce through this and get to the points that are important because some of this is going to make me want to fight her.
Yeah, you can fast forward this a little bit.
Psychologist, it hurts to even say it, and more important thing, look at her beautiful face. Joe Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, and death investigator. Isn't it true, Joe Scott, that when you have multiple stab wounds, as you and I have discussed before, that they begin to overlap because the person is bam, 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 like that with a, in this case, a K-bar knife, and those stab wounds hit each other. I've referred to it as biting jello. You can't look at the jello and tell how many bites there were. So we know of 30 stab wounds Keely Gonsalves sustained to her face. I believe it was Xana that sustained 50 plus stab wounds. Now I'm having to look at his shirtless selfies. Joe Scott.
No, you don't have to. You're choosing to, freak.
Explain overlapping stab wounds and what was done to Kelly.
Yeah, well, when you begin to think about this, Nancy, this also gives you an indication that he is literally on top of her because of the proximity of all these wounds. You talked about the kind of interlocking or overlapping injuries that she sustained. We're talking about Kaylee, where they are so concentrated that the individual that is perpetrating this has to have this individual pinned in one spot where they cannot move because he keeps hitting the target every single time over and over and over and over again. Not only is he cutting her, incising her, stabbing her, she's also sustained multiple blunt force trauma where her facial bones were fractured as well.
See, that's where I struggle with the fact that she wasn't a target in this, you guys. I really, honest to God, and truly do struggle with the fact that she's not being listed as a target. There's so much overkill. So much overkill with her. It just makes no sense to me that she's not listed as the target or a target specifically. Specific target.
Okay, guys, we're talking about the stab wounds only to Kelly Gonsalves right now, but there's so much more. Ethan, jugular was sliced. There was arterial bleeding all the way up to the ceiling. And this guy is taking his shirtless selfies for his own enjoyment. Listen to what Mrs. Gonsalves told
100% devil
We
woman.
actually learned all the truth from her autopsy report, and we were given her autopsy report on a thumb drive during the sentencing. The investigator walked into the courtroom that day and said, and we had arranged that, and he said, here's the autopsy report. So in reading that autopsy report, we found out that Kaylee had been stabbed 24 times to her face and head. She had 11 to her chest, neck, and like torso area, and 3 to her upper extremities. So I thought about her eyes too. I was like, was her eyes stabbed? But somehow or another, Kaylee's eyes had not been stabbed. Kaylee did have really bad facial damage. Some of her teeth were.
See, I know we watched this interview, you guys, but I missed that part there. And it's interesting to me that there were only 3 stab wounds to her extremities, like her arms and legs. That's interesting. If you're fighting, you'd think there'd be more, especially to her arms. 11 to her neck and her chest and her torso. And they were all in her face, guys. 24 to her head and face. If she's not, that's very, very, very personal in my opinion.
Yeah, very personal.
Okay, and in turn, a target in my opinion. Damn. I don't know how I didn't catch this before, but that's a lot. And that's beyond personal to me. I swear to God, she was 100% the target. That, at least for that person. Okay, that's the most personal you can get, damaging somebody's face, especially a woman. And the person that did that to me is trying to take away from her appearance, which maybe that person or maybe believes that Kaylee believes that her appearance is all that matters to her, maybe in a psychological aspect. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Wow.
And what I can't seem to get out of my mind was the thought that she had a knife wound or something stuck on her head, in her cranium.
Oh, they were in her head. Yeah, she had 2 or 3. Chrissy said subdural.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what the hell happened on everything, but anyhow, she had 2 or 3. I can't remember subdural hematomas on the back of her head. I think. I think so. That brings me to one of 2 conclusions. Personally, my personal feeling that this was either somebody that had a strong feeling for Kaylee, or possibly a female. It had a very jealous rage. Do I sound bad now? I don't. I need to just start working for me. I'm sorry. It's some form of. Is it cutting in and out? Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, something's been going wrong with this for a while. I don't know what it is. How about now? How do I sound now?
You sound better.
Okay. So it's one of these two things. This Brian didn't know her. Okay. Remember that. Brian did not know her. She didn't know him. Whoever attacked her either hated her or was obsessed with her in one of those two and was angry at her. So something happened. In that it's either somebody that like a boyfriend, an ex-boyfriend, somebody that wanted to be a boyfriend, or a girl that hated her for whatever reason. And it's really wild to me. I know everybody keeps saying to leave Jack Showalter out of this, but I'd really like to know what they talked about for 2 hours tonight if they were at the bar, or however long it was. It was quite a long time, though. Just
Yeah,
curious.
was what he said. What she said to him.
Mm-hmm. And vice versa.
Right.
And Adam, Adam, and Jack Decor, I think, might have some knowledge to whatever it could be. Just saying. And it could be a woman too. Don't forget that. It could be a female.
Another aspect of it all is we're talking about personal. The attacks on the rest of them wasn't as personal.
It didn't, well, except for Xana, but I think Xana's was because Xana was fighting, like she was beating somebody's ass, and there's no way to stop her other than that, in my opinion. But Maddie's wasn't. Maddie's was quick and simple and done, and so was Ethan's. You know what I'm saying? Like and their wounds and injuries were not even anywhere near as dramatic as the other two. So something's weird with that. No, not that I saw, Humphrey. I'll double check for you real fast right now because I haven't looked in about 2 hours. So but there hasn't been anything new yet. I was kind of shocked. But yeah, the more I see and hear this, the more I'm driven to believe that Kaylee was truly either one of or the target in this, in my opinion. To destroy her face like that, there's something personal, very personal. And I'm not saying that the killer, because I believe there's more than one, but one of them could have been a female. I have no doubts in that. There's no reason to not believe that.
I agree.
I said before, and this is still my opinion, after seeing and knowing what we know about Brian Koberger, that if Brian would have went one-on-one by himself with somebody like Xana or Kaylee, they would have beat his ass. I'm not trying to be mean to him. I'm being honest. They're both wild. Xana was wild. Kaylee's wild. And strong women. So no. No, there's nothing new. Nothing new. Unfortunately, I was hoping for something new, but nothing yet. But anyway.
In my opinion, I think it was multiple, and I think it was done simultaneously. As soon as they got done, it was out the house.
Could be, yeah. Definitely jealous or a crime of passion, like it was stated in the very initial process of this, but not with Brian Koberger involved. No problem, Humphrey. Yeah, that's what I mean, Jesse. I mean, it's just, I'm not saying that he was weak, but Xana was a wildfire, and Kaylee was too, and a woman that is defending herself or something she cares about is going to fight to the death, period, no matter what they have to do, which is why I struggle not knowing if there's any kind of DNA underneath Xana and Kaylee's fingernails. Truly struggle, okay? And yes, he had dyspraxia and all that other stuff too to take into account. So yes, I agree. On we go.
Were missing, several were broken, and she had 2 facial damage. Some of her teeth were missing.
And so again, I know people think she may have been pew-pewed in the face. I think that that's possible, yes, but I also think it's possible that she was beat with something, bludgeoned with something very hard in her face as well. So please keep that in account too. This is my opinion, of course.
Several were broken, and she had 2 subdural hematomas to her head. So,
I'm sorry, you guys. 2, not 3. I said 3, but it's 2. My apologies.
her nose was broken badly.
Joe Scott Morgan, Kelly's teeth were stabbed out of her mouth. And did you see Steve Gonsalves, her father, at the end of that when they were speaking with us a few days ago? He, as his wife is speaking, I don't know how she even speaks about it, what strength this woman has. He looks like he just wants to take the camera and rip the head off. It just, the anger seething in them. And do you blame?
All right, drama queen. Move on. We all know.
Blame them? Her teeth were stabbed out of her mouth?
No, you're talking about this child's daddy. Just let that sink in. I can, dollars to donuts, I guarantee you, he wants to reach through that camera and grab somebody, and it ain't one of us. It's the guy that's currently housed in Idaho Correctional Facility. And I can understand why, because Nancy, the brutality in not just Kaylee's death, but in all of these deaths is pretty much unimaginable. You don't send your kids off to college and expect them to return to you in a casket. It doesn't work that way. It's the most disgusting thing on the face of the planet. And this guy was given, I'm not going to say his name. I refuse. You can't make me say his name. This guy was given so much latitude leading up. And now all of this evidence is coming forward, revealing how brutal he was, the timeline leading up to everything. And look, even DNA in this case is far more than we ever expected. There was a trail.
The prosecutors hid so much evidence, Joe Scott.
Yep.
Let me see, Joe Scott. Another thing, which I'm going to get to, but I had to show these selfies of this guy preening in front of the camera. You do know that he has found a way to appeal his guilty plea, and we uncovered it in his essays. But not only that, I just want you to stew on this for a moment. He's now claiming he has all these mental health issues and should be retried or set free. And one of them is an eating disorder. Okay, hold that thought. Dr. Sherry Schwartz, back to you, joining us, forensics expert, psychologist. Dr. Sherry Schwartz, his obsession with American Psycho, I don't get it, but can I talk to you about his preening in front of the camera and flexing and what it means? It's like Monk. Did you ever see Monk? Monk only wore a certain, he's a brilliant homicide investigator. He only wore one type of shirt every day. For essential, there is good news. And one predict.
Sorry, but I'm skipping all that. I'm tired of hearing it. And I'm going to the next portion of this.
More. Josh Colesrud is joining us, renowned criminal defense attorney, former U.S. attorney, founder of Colesrud Law Offices.
Watch this part right here. Let it play.
Oh, this guy looks like a vampire. Wow.
Watch how she treats him, though. You talking about keeping the narrative. Keep that in mind.
Listen, she treats anybody that's a defense attorney, she treats him like shit, period.
When your client, after the murders, and we know he committed the murders because he's pled guilty. There's no doubt left. And he has on a pair, it looks like black, clingy tights, pulled down, I would say almost to his pubic hair. Dare I even think of that? Okay, yeah, thank you.
Well, she's really obsessing over this. It's kind of creepy. Cringe as hell.
Very. Yeah, very.
With a cut to his finger. And this is what he's doing. You know those would come into evidence. How disgusted do you believe the jurors would be if they had seen that? This is just part of the evidence the prosecution hid from the victims' families before he entered that deal behind their backs. What about it, Colesrud?
Well, first off, I think we can all agree that Mr. Kohberger is a cold-blooded killer. However, as a former prosecutor, looking at these selfies, a selfie is not a smoking gun. In 2025, everybody takes them. If a selfie equaled vanity, then half of America would
Okay,
be
wait a
guilty.
minute. What? But put him up. Put him up. Whoa. Where do you think you are?
She's an idiot. Here we are. This is what she does.
That's exactly what I want you to
No,
say.
wait. Wait. No, you can't disagree with me. Hold on.
That's not part of the narrative. What are you
Right.
talking about?
Right. She's
Now
such
watch how she does him after this.
Oh, I know. I'm used to this.
Do you think you're in pre-K right now? Are you in nursery school? Look around. You can't just say something like that and not expect to get called on the carpet. Do you take shirtless selfies? I'm just curious, Josh. Do you stand in front of the mirror with your pants pulled down to your crotch and buff all up and take a? Do you? I'd like to.
Look at his face while she's doing this. She's such a dumbass.
If I was in college and I had an iPhone, which I didn't when I was in college, but if I did, I'm sure that I would have, as would all of my friends and all of my girlfriends.
So then that's a no. Is that a no? You don't. Because
selfies,
Jackie
yeah.
doesn't. I don't. You take
She's so fucking rude and ignorant. I just want to forget it.
shirtless selfies where you're all like clenched up.
I wouldn't say that it would be unusual to do that. Sometimes
So
you want
then
to
you
be able
do.
to track of how you look when you're working out. Be like, all right, I want to take a picture of how I look now and compare it to myself a couple months from now to see if I have any improvement. So I think that there are advantages to taking selfies.
Okay, just cut the crap. Okay, you don't. You don't. McDonough, help him. Chris McDonough joining me, Director Cold Case Foundation, Homicide Detective.
Oh shit. Well, she now. Listen, Nancy, you're not a guy, so you don't understand. Like we have to do these things sometimes. I do, Nancy. I do. She just let him speak, Nancy. Jesus. Learn how to shut your fucking mouth.
Detective who has scoured this crime scene. He started the interview room on YouTube. Please. The point is not a shirtless selfie. The point is he's doing this right after the murders, right around the time of the murders.
Once again, she has no clue what she's talking about because none of these are dated.
That's where his head is. Those 4 students lost their lives as part of his vanity project.
Yeah, absolutely. And, just look at the salute. The salute is a Cub Scout salute. He's got 2 fingers put together with the injury on his hand.
Right. He's right. That is a Cub Scout salute. I told you guys that before. So what in God's name does that have to do with what he just did if he did this?
Yeah, all that we discussed how bad the injuries was, and they point out that little scar thing on his knuckle.
Good night, Jody.
That's all they got on Brian Kohlberg. Is that right there? You see that?
Yeah. That little boo-boo. Little boo-boo there.
You can fast forward if you want to.
I just want to get to the part where she talks about his defense thing or his appeal thing. This is just funny, though. Some of it is.
And it just goes to show, how empty this guy is. There's nothing there.
It doesn't show.
These are disgusting.
I would argue that it is unfairly prejudicial pursuant to Rule 403, Rules of Evidence. It doesn't show that he has motive. It doesn't show that it's a confession. It's not even sent to any person. It is solely for himself. It was found on his phone subsequent to after he was arrested. And if I'm the prosecutor in the case, the only way that I can think I could get this in would be to show injury like you showed on his knuckles. But the fact that he's shirtless or portrays Christian Bale in American Psycho, unless there's some writings that he has where he says, I want to be like American Psycho, and then you can juxtapose that picture, maybe. But it's going to be a tough sell to the judge, and I think that would be precluded.
Hold on.
There you go.
Judge Colesrud, you've won a lot of cases, but let me remind you that evidence can come in front of the jury to show motive, course of conduct, frame of mind, intent, the mental state at the time of the incident. These selfies will come in for that. And as far as...
No, they won't, because they don't prove anything. You can't tell his mental state of mind based on a fucking picture. Shut up, Nancy.
Did he write about American Psycho? He had a treasure trove of American Psycho videos and photos. So he didn't have to write about it. He was looking at him and doing the Lord only knows what as he was looking at them. And also the timing of these photos is very important. Just before and after the murders goes to whether the murders were sexually motivated. We also...
They can't let that go, can they? No matter what the prosecutor says or anybody else, they cannot let this go. These people are sick. Good God. How many times do you guys have to be told, no, it was not motivated sexually? They won't let it go because it's the only thing that makes it make sense in their stupid ass mind. That's why. Jesus, no wonder she's not an attorney anymore.
So no, don't we, Susan Hendricks, that found on his phone were many searches of women having sex with women when they were comatose. That was one of his sex.
2022. Think about that house on King Road, how much fun they had. They posted he was stalking. On location of your emergency. I need some.
All of our content
to be added as a contact to his phone.
Because I don't think he feels much at all.
All the bloody clothes, the bloody evidence is all gone. All of these facts from the victims' families and the public, and then took a deal, informing them about the plea deal after it had already been accepted. And isn't it true, Josh Colesrud, veteran trial lawyer, that once a plea deal is offered and accepted, there's no going back?
Yes, once a plea is accepted, it is ironclad, almost no appealable rights except for under three circumstances. Ineffective assistance of counsel is one. Number two, prosecutorial misconduct, or number three, a manifest injustice.
Now, what we are learning is Susan Hendricks joining us, investigative journalist who has been there on the scene from the get-go. He is writing and writing and writing. And I'm going to quote some of his writings that we've uncovered in thousands of pages that were taken from his Washington State apartment. The confessed killer writes at length about how procedural injustice in the American system has produced many false confessions. Quote, false guilty pleas manifest due to a lack of judicial oversight, blaming the judge, and plea deals that seem to compel the defendant to enter them, force the defendant to plead guilty under oath. If defendants fail to accept a plea bargain, he writes, prosecutors will seek the strictest charges. Some people plead guilty to crimes they didn't commit as to choose the lesser of two evils. So we've got him blaming.
Wow. How about that, folks? What's up, Dylan? Good to see you tonight, bud.
Would you think about such a crazy scenario where one would choose to plead guilty instead of dying? What a crazy thought.
It's amazing, isn't it? There it is.
That's the first thing. There's the evidence.
There's a reason for the plea deal, folks. I can't believe it came out of her damn mouth, but there you go.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to open up that can of worms of why Brian pled guilty? I mean, we don't know, but
we don't need to.
Yeah, I mean,
There
are some weird pictures, but I mean, if you went through, I got I got thousands of pictures on my phone. You go through my phone, you're gonna see some weird selfies and stuff. I
My
mean,
son does the same thing and has for years.
yeah. I mean, it's like it's unfortunate that like
They're not made for other people to see. That's why they exist.
yeah, but like unfortunately we're seeing him because he's again.
Well, because she's obsessed with putting him up here to try to prove that he's weird. And
Yeah, yeah. It's like
I think it proves more that she's weird, in my opinion.
yeah, well, I mean, it's a personality of kicking a man while he's down, and like for what? Like, all right, like he's in jail for the rest of his life for 4 murders, and now instead of like trying to find evidence of showing exactly how terrible of a person this man is, you're just trying to pick his personal life apart before the murders happen, and people are having a tough time doing so because everything that they're posting are everyday things that people like you and me and your son or whoever, you know, your sister or your mom or your dad, stuff that we all do.
It's normal. It's not abnormal, right?
Yeah, and
one of the big things with this kid is he was overweight for most of his life up until he became an adult, and he lost weight, and he was proud of what he did. That's a hell of an accomplishment considering what he looked like before and how much he lost.
yeah, again, that's news to me. But if that's the case, yeah, though people people that lose weight, it's like, isn't that day one like of your losing weight Bible? Like,
I mean,
take pictures of it, be proud of it.
Yeah, he lost a lot of weight and changed his complete appearance. I mean, he looks completely different, and he became a little bit more confident. And I'm sure that he's doing this because he's proud of what he accomplished. Because I know I was, it would be. Just saying.
Yeah, Nancy Grace is a hoe.
She just doesn't care to bring that forth because that doesn't fit into the narrative. That's all.
Yeah, it's just lazy work. That's all it is. It's going with what's put in front of you. It's eating what's in the bowl. It's cheap.
Again, what she just said is absolution to what we have all thought. And there's more coming here from my understanding. So pay close attention to what she's saying, folks.
When was this, by the way?
This was done 5 hours ago.
Oh shit. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty new. Pretty new. I have been here for a while, Witchy. Sorry. I have to make up for yesterday.
The judge, the system. Now he says, quote, eyewitness misidentification is an issue, and therefore we need increasing video surveillance, which is interesting since he picked a home that had no surveillance cameras. He goes on, Susan Hendricks, to blame prosecutorial misconduct. He describes unethical behavior where people plead guilty when they shouldn't have. Another 7-page single-space paper we discovered refers to a gruesome stabbing murder case. His words, not mine. Blood pooled around the victim and was spattered on the walls and television near the victim's body. He describes how the victim was found, the grisly details. He goes on and on and on. Okay, explain to me, Susan Hendricks, this plot revealing Kohberger's alleged plans to walk free, to get out of the plea deal.
Absolutely. And I believe, after reading that he had planned this every single day, even the plea he planned. I believe this was all that he thought about, all that he did. And Nancy, I listened to your heartfelt conversation with Kelly's parents. The laughable part here is they might have a case against the prosecutor, not Brian Kohberger. It's not going to work here. That they were, if anything, nice to him. I remember hearing the judge say, oh, you don't have to stand up. This was during the plea deal, and it infuriated Steve Gonzalez. So here he doesn't have a case, but I think he was ready for it. He was using his students to get in their minds and think of covering everything. But they did know what color car he was driving, and he did leave DNA there, so it didn't work out in his favor. But the prosecution, a case against them, not going to work here.
You know, writing about
yeah, well,
injustice,
sure it will.
And this has been uncovered now out of thousands of pages of documents that he kept meticulously. He is essentially hatching a plot to get his plea, his guilty plea, reversed. He refers to lack of judicial oversight, blaming a judge for taking a plea that was a misguided plea. This is a real dig to Dave Mack joining us, Crime Stories investigative reporter. A real dig at the judge.
I mean, if the shoe fits, folks, it is what it is. It makes a lot of sense to me.
If the judge messed up and took a shitty plea deal, then and they're calling him out for it, then
we know he did, Dylan. We know he took a plea deal that he should have denied right away.
Right. So it's like, all right, just because Brian signed it doesn't I don't know. It's like
he didn't understand it. He didn't realize until he got some better advice about it and said, "Oh shit, okay, bingo, 100%, bro. That is the answer in my opinion, right there."
But that's the reason why I brought this video to attention, because of that right there.
And
what we always been talking about HIPAA.
All the rest of this bullshit was garbage, like it always is. But this is interesting to me. I appreciate this, sir.
I figure you enjoyed that.
Absolutely.
My ears were
Claiming prosecutorial misconduct would be overlooked by the judge. And what about Dave Mack claiming
prosecutorial misconduct was ignored by the judge, not even overlooked? So yes, that fits too.
False guilty pleas, where people are between a rock and a hard spot. If they don't plead guilty, in his case to life, then they'll get the death penalty. So therefore, what he pled to something he didn't do, that's what he's saying.
That's exactly what he's saying. He's laying this out there ahead of time as to why he would plead guilty. Oh, I didn't have a choice. I had to because they told me if I didn't do this, this was going to happen. But Nancy, you pointed out something during the hearing where.
Have a great night, Devil Woman. Hope to see you soon. Bye-bye, and thanks for joining us tonight.
The judge was actually asking very specific questions. And for those of us who are not attorneys, we didn't quite understand why the judge was going so far with his Q&A here. And the whole point was the judge was making sure everything that Kohberger was claiming would stick up. So he couldn't come back later and try to pull this. It was a magnificent job by the judge in that moment.
But he still can.
But he was obviously planning. He was going the long game here, Nancy, from the very beginning.
You know, another thing, guys, you were seeing the victims that lost their lives that early morning, in the wee hours of the morning, when Kohberger entered their home stealthily, expecting to find women asleep. We believe that he could. And instead, he found them up and alive, ordering DoorDash, eating, texting, and it was literally a bloodbath. Chris McDonough joining us, veteran homicide detective and star of The Interview Room. Chris,
there you go.
Always do, and I'm.
Yes, sir.
What's that? Essays, do you know if those essays was written before the murders, or? Because I think it was all part of a curriculum.
Oh, it was. It was way before. It was part of what he was working on.
Yeah, none of this is correlated. They're trying to tie what he researched and wrote to like him planning this crime and taking like one sentence from a big paper where he talks about a bloody stabbing and being like, see, he planned it. It's like, no, he just wrote about it one time in one sentence in his criminal research. Like that's.
But it would explain why he's making what everybody thought was a huge mistake, because he already knew how it could play out in turn. There's that. It's not that he used it to commit the crime, folks, knowing what he was going to do, because I don't believe that. What I believe is that this was part of his schooling. He knew all about it. I mean, there's dates on there, I'm sure, that I think we looked at when we were looking at the papers, and it's before, quite a ways before, okay? Excuse me, but knowing what he researched to do the papers, he knows the rules and the law.
Right.
and what he can do. And in turn, that's why he seemed to be, in my opinion, so comfortable doing what he's done. That's just how I take this now. And I'm glad that they're finally speaking on this and showing that there are options that don't have to be done in a specific amount of time. He has 2 years after he's sentenced to come up with these situations. 2 years. So the dude's already spent almost 4 years in jail. What's another 2 years? If it's going to give him the time, think about this. Because what happened, they denied the continuance, and the rest of the defense team have not withdrawn.
Dude, and think of it like, not to shed light on it, but like, if anyone had a personality to live fine in prison, it would be Brian Koberger, just by the looks of his apartment and like
100%.
like his personality, like super structured, like
He's a
super
simpler. Yeah.
super clean, like super simple, like as long as he's not again getting like put in a dangerous situation. And I think that even the people inside of that prison, like, they have to be like somewhat like common sense driven, I hope, and like understand like this guy's not a killer.
Right.
And I hope the state of Idaho knows that. Or at least there's no signs of him being like an aggressive killer. So again, if anyone's gonna be like chilling, like just reading books and doing like weird stuff and kind of acting like what's his name in Shawshank Redemption,
Yep.
yeah, just kind of keeping to himself, like waiting until the real evidence comes out, and then I don't know, just hopefully sneak out of there and go back and collect a check and hide away. That'd be the ultimate goal, right?
I can agree. I can definitely agree. And I feel like that could be what we're looking at here, folks.
For every single guilty plea I ever took, I'd swear the defendant in under oath on the Bible and make them state. I would ask questions to which they would respond. And one of them, after I swore them in, was, are you entering a guilty plea today to, let's just pretend, murder? Yes. And have you been promised anything or threatened with anything in order for you to plead guilty today? And they would go, no. And then I would say, are you pleading guilty of your own free will without any hope of gain? Has anybody threatened you, coerced you to plead guilty today? And then they would answer, no. So then they're under oath. I did not hear that happen during this guilty plea, Chris. I mean, if this didn't happen, I mean, everybody in the county jail would walk free because they would say, oh, I was afraid I would get a worse sentence if I went to trial. I really didn't do it. It's total BS.
It happens every day, you stupid ass.
Yeah, absolutely, Nancy. And I recall you saying exactly that when he didn't tell the story, and the court let him, just basically, go to jail, go to prison. But here's a really other interesting thought to dovetail into what you're saying here. If we go back to those pictures just for a minute, just to think about the duality of this guy's personality, and look at the one where he's at the lake. Okay, where he's in the shirt, and you look at the mountain range behind him. You know what that mountain range is? That's Mount Rainier. Okay, and who's famous? That one right there. Who's famous for that area? Ted Bundy. And if we take a look at his phone and the obsession that he had with serial killing, and there's another one here where there's a rock behind him. On one side, he's studying right there, that one. Look at the right rock. It says sluts. This guy hates.
Really? This guy is a fucking idiot.
This guy is so stupid.
A complete, total fucking idiot.
Oh my god. He can't.
He can't even read it right.
Who is this guy?
Chris McDonough. Dumbass himself. What an
Wait,
idiot.
who?
Chris McDonough.
The
Okay.
mountains of Ted Bundy. I mean,
And
here we go with Ted Bundy.
It's like the scene from My Cousin Vinny where he looks at the picture and there's a piece of dog shit and he's like, "Look, honey, you did it. You cracked the case." He's like, "It's a rock. Like
Yeah.
you can see on the rock. Yep, there it is. Sluts. You cracked the
What?
case."
What an idiot this guy.
God.
This was
You're-
almost comical. My
Oh
God.
my gosh. And people eat this up. That's the thing. Like people tune in and like I was out last week. I was out last week with a random group of friends and someone brought this case up and was like, "Oh yeah, like that guy in Idaho who killed the 4 kids." I was like, "No." I was like, "What are you talking about? He didn't do it." He's like, "Oh." I was like, "Who told you that?" He's like, "My wife." And I was like, "Ah, Jesus." I was like, "What was she watching?" He's like, "I don't know." He just said he's a creepy weirdo and he killed them all. I'm like, well, yeah, that's because she's probably watching Nancy Grace. Like, what are we
Exactly.
like? Oh,
Exactly.
it
What
says
an idiot.
sluts on a rock.
He's such a dumb. It doesn't even say that though.
What?
It's not even spell. He didn't even spell it right. He can't read it.
I can't.
That's not a T. That's
I
not a
can't.
T.
I can't see it from here. Even if it did say sluts, even if it did say like hashtag Idaho for dead or something,
Right.
it doesn't matter because like you guys are. They're just like they're making up this fantasy story for some clicks, and it's comical.
That's absolutely what it is. As soon as
It's
he said that, I thought
but
that.
it's not comical because there's 4 dead people. Like
Yeah,
it's like,
that's the sad part. And they're
but
making it. They're making almost a mockery of
it is. It's like
mockery of it.
it's like I want there to be evidence that shows Brian did it, so I can just be like, all right, done and move on. Like, great. Like,
Right.
all right, he's in jail for the rest of his life. Like, sucks. Everyone moves on, but like, obviously that's not the case. And the fact that now people are like doubling down and we can go and look back on these videos in like a month or like 6 months and just be like, remember when that guy thought that it said slut on a rock and Brian hated women, when we
Yes.
find out that like Dylan and Bethany were like watching the killers like kill them and like the
Right.
cops covered it up.
And you know
and,
what,
like,
dude? The best
it's
part of this whole thing is going to be is when Brian does appeal or do whatever he does to watch all of these idiots fold up on themselves and go, oh no, oh my God, like what is he doing? You know,
yeah, like why did
that's going to
he
be the highlight.
why didn't he just say he didn't do it from the start? Why didn't he why like he should have said he wasn't there from the start? It's like, well, did you ever ask him?
No, of
Like
course not. They didn't.
did you ever ask if he was there? Because
Like
to
what
my
Lucy just said too, though. It's funny because she said, so is McDonough insinuating that the girls living at 1122 are sluts? Is that what this means? Is that what Chris is saying?
yeah.
Because sure just put his foot down his throat and nobody can pull it out right now.
Yeah, exactly. So like I've been saying the whole time on my Dylan Moore Twitter account, I've been calling them cum guzzling whores because that's what I think they are. I think they're liars. I think they're a little like I think they were in this little section of Moscow that was involved in drugs, sex, money, and I think they got tied up in it, and it's unfortunate. But that's what this guy's calling them, so I can call him that, right? Like, if he's calling them sluts, I should be able to call them sluts.
I mean, it looks like that's what he's saying here. I'm not gonna do that, but you know,
I would never, but what? This is we have to at least you're doing these shows and showing some people and at least spreading the word that there is propaganda like this out there and it is comedy and people should not listen to it because it does not hold any truth,
right.
but it is nice to find a nice laugh in who okay, and can you give me one more reminder, who is this guy and who pays him? Is he on salary somewhere?
He is the creator of the interview room. He's a retired police officer, supposedly.
Okay, so he's covered up murders before too, it sounds like.
Oh,
Jesus.
he's done a whole bunch of bad shit out here in this world. So yeah,
Okay, so he's just one of them. All right, cool.
absolutely.
Slut.
In one part
of his personality. He's projecting in his public persona, hey, I'm going to try to get out of this. And the second real part in his hidden personality is I'm going to kill women.
You know what, Chris McDonough, you just put chills down my spine to think this guy walking around amongst all those beautiful young co-eds. I mean, it was just hunting. They were his prey. And now these writings found in one of his essays show he knows how to go about getting a guilty plea overturned. He does.
Sorry,
He's
Nancy, but he
researched
does.
it. He's written about it.
Sweet.
And believe you me, Josh Colesrud, former assistant U.S. attorney, now criminal defense attorney. Josh.
I'm popping off. Peace out, Dago.
Blood, sweat, and tears.
All right, bud.
You can
Take
give it all
care.
to your client. But then when they're behind bars, you go on about your life, you go to your next client, and they're sitting there, gnashing their teeth and twisting their tail. All they have to think about behind bars is, how am I going to get out of here? How am I going to get that plea reversed? That is what he is doing right now. And it doesn't matter how hard you worked or what a great job you did. You will go right down the crapper. You will, the attorney, will be sacrificed with an ineffective assistance of counsel. And I heard Chris McDonough state the judge let this plea happen. Well, yes, he did, but you can't really stop a blind plea. But it was the prosecutor's duty to ask those questions and make sure they were asked, put the defendant under oath, and make sure he was pleading by his own volition, not out of fear, threat, or coercion. But isn't it true? Clients, no matter what you do for them, they will claim ineffective assistance of counsel to get out of jail. That's all he's thinking about right now, Colesrud.
That's absolutely correct. The most common appeal from a plea agreement is the IAC, the ineffective assistance of counsel claim. And what he has to show is that his lawyer missed something that was very obvious. It was a standard deviation from what was expected. And here I think he's going to have some difficulty because his attorney did a great job of getting him out of the death penalty. That was the attorney's main motivation at the time. Also, Mr. Kohberger, under oath, admitted to the crime itself. So I think that his angle right here is going to be prosecutorial misconduct. He's going to say that the prosecutor hid evidence, that the prosecutor used controversial DNA technology, IgG technology, that was illegal. And I think that's going to be where his angle is going to be in this case.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Folks, that's what I've been saying forever. I 100% believe that, truly.
The plea deal, the infamous plea deal taken by the prosecutor after so much evidence, so many facts were hidden from the families. Kohberger, as we go to air tonight, plotting, scheming, planning a way to get that plea reversed. What were they hiding?
Just telling us our child was stabbed
brutally.
How many times?
How many times? We just learned the day before the sentencing, how many times Kaylee had been stabbed.
Wait a minute. I am stunned because she was stabbed so many times. They could not identify her. And you just learned about that when the plea was set to go down?
We learned about it after the plea, the day before the sentencing.
Guy should have been punched in the face. He was a creep, and he's a disgusting creep.
He is a creep. Stay away from him. Anti-woman, misogynist, stalking behavior. 13 complaints where he would intimidate or stalk female students. And so much more tonight. Are there more victims emerging? If we're hearing about these victims, how many other victims are out there? And what is the severity of what happened to them? Joining me in All-Star Panel makes sense of what we are learning. 2 women tell police they suspect Kohberger was stalking them while he was at Washington State University. Straight out to Susan Hendricks, these women state that they spotted Koberger at their employment over and over and over, to the point other coworkers would warn them, he's here, he's here. Then one of them goes home. She is semi-nude, changing clothes, and someone comes to her window and either taps on the window or hits the window, and she realizes someone's watching her. And I'm going to go to you in just a second, Chris McDonough. That's Chris McDonough and I have looked at the scene over and over, and that's exactly what Koberger was doing here. And he had a great vantage point to stare into the girls' bedroom windows. But not only that, one of them has a husband. And during one of these stalking episodes, the husband comes home and sees a white car speeding away, similar to Brian Koberger's. So we know there are other victims. Tell me about these two.
Bullshit. A bullshit.
Yeah, there is a clear pattern here. One of the students worked at the university bookstore. He went in, she never gave him her name, and he called her by name. He was obviously looking into who she was and would just stare at her. Another one worked in the...
Gee, I wonder if maybe she wore a name tag. Jesus. Go ahead, bud.
This is what it's going to be like for a little bit. They're going to get on that kick. But the whole reason why we played, the whole reason why I suggested that the video.
Oh, yeah, the appeal thing, 100%.
So
yep.
If
Agreed.
you want to hit it there, I mean, go ahead. But if you want
I'll play on a little bit more to see how weak this is, and then if not, I'll just kill it. That's all. No problem.
criminology department, and she said she caught eye contact with him out of her window, which means he was staring directly in. She ran and hid in the bathroom. She even went to Brian Koberger and said, I'm a lesbian. There's nothing that's going to happen here. Didn't deter him. This was happening over and over again, and I believe he was looking for someone to murder, and he found that sadly on King Road. But I remember Steve Gonzalez telling you, Nancy, that there were red flags everywhere with this guy, 13 incidents that they knew of.
And the school, Washington State, did nothing. Could you retell very...
Yeah, it's amazing to me that these people, none of these people that accused him of any of this did nothing. Nothing.
And another thing, too, I just want to point out, he was sitting there throughout this whole time on all these hearings here, from Judge to Hippler. He knew exactly what was going on, what the state has, what they don't have, what they can prove, and what they can't prove.
Absolutely. He knew what was going on.
That's a sharp man, because he already written all about this on an essay.
That's right.
I mean,
that again, it makes me kind of realize when Brian made the statement, I can't wait to be exonerated for this, why it makes sense now.
Yeah, because he knew they ain't got nothing on it. And at the time, I didn't understand it, but now I do.
It truly makes it make a lot of sense at this point.
Hopefully, we'll see something soon, but
I just hope they don't wait the full 2 years on it.
At least somebody in the mainstream, Nancy, pointed it out. I was waiting on somebody in the mainstream to show a little bit of truth. I know you got to stick with the narrative, but you got to show a little bit of truth.
Agreed. Agreed. Good point. Let's see here.
Slowly, the encounter where the woman, the victim, saw him looking at her through the window, and she ran and hid in the bathroom.
Yeah, she was in the classroom, and she could feel, when you feel someone kind of staring at you, and looked at him, made eye contact, looking out the window. And she said the only way that would occur is if he was looking directly where she was. I believe she was the target here. Then she sees him come in the building, and she runs and hides in the bathroom. That's how threatening she thought he was, that she had to hide. There's people.
Bullshit. Because if you were truly scared for your life, you'd have called the police and filed a report, and it never happened.
And I want to say something about Ted Bundy angle. They keep going back after it. He was a little pedophile too, so he likes to be a little peeping Tom. He'll literally look in somebody's window, drop his pants while they're watching. You know, I ain't trying to say that, but yeah, he was a little strange dude too. But everything that this man's ever done is all about criminology. So naturally, when he has a class with somebody who specializes in serial killers, and that's the reason why he's writing all these essays on murder and everything else. So,
well, yeah, it's all for his studies, in my opinion.
and not only that, I think it's well over 20, 25 bodies they found in Seattle area for Bundy.
Well, yeah, I don't think Brian's anything like Bundy. That's why I ignore that when they bring that up, because I think it's one of the stupidest shit things I've ever heard. But it is what it is. This info is coming from the reports that I skipped through of all the bullshit that was put out about him from the people that he worked with at Washington State. I skipped through that because I don't need to hear any of that. These were all different things I told you guys. I think I skipped like 3 or 4 of the scenarios because there were so many of them. It was just a bunch of bullshit, and nobody ever filed reports. There were no reports, no police called, no nothing. But they made all these things come out, and interestingly enough, 90% of them were all filed after Brian was arrested. So take it for what it is.
They did make mention of this one thing where this guy was dressed in black, was in somebody's apartment room, but he was in Latah County Jail at the time.
Right.
They're trying to put that on him. It's bullshit.
Yeah, right. Maybe they need to look at that guy.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I think some of these details have been stretched and twisted and turned and invented, maybe, per se.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, maybe you don't want to see it work, but he said, oh, hey, you don't run and hide in the bathroom. And you mentioned the husband. There were footprints up to that window, and she said it was clear, or her husband said it was clear, that he kind of backed away because there was only one set of footprints. And one of the women said this, Nancy, it's so pressing, that nothing seemed to deter him. He wasn't bothered by rejection.
Dr. Sherry Schwartz joining us, forensic.
Or he didn't understand it or get it, maybe. God forbid, since he was on the spectrum.
Psychologist, author of Where Law and Psychology Intersect. Dr. Sherry, I've had so many cases. This is anecdotal. I don't have a statistic where it would be I'd be prosecuting a murder, maybe a serial rape, and I would look back in the suspect's history, way back. I would find Peeping Tom, and it happened so often that I started talking to people in the office. You know, the few people that I confided in there. Have you noticed that so many of these murder perps and or perps have been peeping Toms? It's just the beginning. That's one thing I want to throw at you. But first, I want to explore what Susan Hendricks just said. Gosh, this is reminding me so much of trying cases, because before I would put, say, you on the stand, I would meet with you ad nauseum to figure out what it all meant. When someone, a grown lady, young, in her 20s, but still a grown lady, runs and hides, this woman is not fanciful. She's got a job. She's going to school.
I just don't believe it. I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. It sounds like something an elementary school child would do.
She's running a household. She ran and hid from Kohberger. She ran in the bathroom, shut the door, and locked it. That's an instinct. That's why we are alive today, because we have instincts and we act on them. Why did this young lady see Koberger and run and hide in the bathroom?
Well, she either had prior interactions with him or saw him around, or something about that particular interaction, which is completely nonverbal. Something told her, her instinct, her fight or flight response said, flee, get out, go hide. This is somebody who has the potential to cause you danger. And these are things that shouldn't be underestimated.
Character evidence. And and you're absolutely right, Nancy. In violent cases, judges do allow sometimes some type of character evidence. And what this could show is a pattern or pattern evidence that could go towards motive later on, that this defendant was learning how to be a predator. He was learning how to case female victims, how to hide his tracks, how to target certain female victims. However, the evidence cannot be unfairly prejudicial, which is what the argument would be in this case.
A Washington State University faculty member says her maternal instinct took over when she wouldn't allow a female student to be left alone in an office on campus with Koberger. She keeps herself busy until he left and says it wasn't anything specific about his behavior that prompted a response. It was just a feeling she had at the time. After Koberger left, she told the student to email her with the subject line 911 if she ever needed help.
Joe Scott Morgan joining us, professor of forensics, Jackson State University. A faculty member was so concerned.
Nancy, I'm in my 21st year, but he's been given charge in the university. He over these kids.
Had this experience, but over and over and over and over.
All right, y'all, I'm done. No more Koberger bashing tonight. If you guys want to see the rest of it, I'll drop the link in chat for you to jump back on. I just refuse to watch anymore. It's irritating me again. Because this is so ridiculous. I'm sorry. No reports. Didn't happen. Sorry. None of these people ever called police and filed any reports. I don't believe that. My wife was talking about that. Like, why did none of these people that are making these accusations ever file one report with the police? Not one. That's quite interesting to me. There's a link for it, folks. If you want to go watch the rest of it, please do. Email me with 911 if you're in an emergent situation and being spatially trapped. Right. That makes sense now, doesn't it, Miss Lucy? She's a clown for sure, Jen. All right, guys. I think I've kept you here long enough. I'm sure you're tired of my ugly mug and my irritating-ass voice at this point. We's laughing. Stop it, Lucy. Appreciate you guys joining me. I've been here all day now. You got to be sticking me by this point, folks, and I appreciate you guys being here so much. You have no idea how much I appreciate it. I appreciate anybody that donated to the channel whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. You guys are amazing. I hope you guys enjoyed today, period. It's great to be back with you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. I can't tell you exactly what time. I'm hoping it'll be in the morning. Besides that, I want to thank all of my panel guests for the whole day. Of course, Eddie, Hemisphere, and I forget who joined me this morning altogether, but thank you both as always. I appreciate you very, very much. Everybody in the chat, you guys are absolutely amazing, and I love each and every one of you and appreciate you all so very much for being here with us. You guys are the beautiful people, as I always say. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing, because again, you're all the beautiful people. Facts are facts. Our facts are facts, guys. Again, Hemisphere, thank you so much. Mods, thank you all so very much. Much love to you all, guys. Have a wonderful evening. Good night. God bless, and I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Peace.
Where they go, who's the link?
cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. In the sirens well, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.